Hello, gamers. Let me make sure it works right. First, I'm gonna do this. Alright, cool. We are good. We are good. Hello there. Here we are on my little map here. I do have some factory things to show you guys while we wait for the Umbral Monument to release on the US and EU servers. It should within the next few hours. So, that is something. Until it is released for us, I have every intention of, what do you call it? Hanging out with you guys and showing you all the cool stuff that I've been doing. I did manage, I'm unsure to what extent y'all are aware, but I did have a slight problem beforehand where I was missing out on a file that should have been really easy to get. The reason is because my baker was clogged up. So if you have any missing files, I believe, from what I've been told, there are at least 333 in the game. I believe I was told at one point that there's only 333. I'm not sure to what extent I believe that, because I've heard that some are really, really difficult to get, and I've not had any that are really, really difficult to get, at least in my opinion. So I'll have to see as to whether or not that is, something to factor in. But at the very least, if you have any missing, then make sure you pull up your baker, and especially on these, you can click through the conversation, you can let them talk on your own. Obviously, you can go back and read whatever they have, but these will get like clogged up, and once you don't let one of them go through, it won't let any more messages go through. It doesn't let you like receive all of them at once. So you basically have to respond to them and then wait for the next message. So I highly recommend just reading them as you get them. Now, as you can see, very, very likely can see, my power keeps jumping up and down. This is because I was informed previously that it would be recommended for me to set up a pulse width modulator, which, if you don't know what that means, it's basically just staggering the usage of batteries by intentionally slowing down the conveyor belt that goes into a thermal bank. Right here. So you see, like, this one, this is a constant thermal bank. This is just a consistent augmentation of my power. And then elsewhere on the sub pack, instead of the core AIC, because I literally ran out of things to place, by the way. Like, it's not because I just chose to do something different. I ran out of things to place on my core AIC. I ran out of facilities. I can no longer put anything there. I have compacted it all to the extent that adding another machine system completely ruins it. And welcome in, Tektura. We do love Aqua here. Though I will admit, most of what I consume from her are clips rather than directly watching her streams. But yeah, so as you can see, I've got a bunch of little devices here. Now, this works for me. I will go over in a made video. I will be making a video. A short, most likely, because you don't really need me to explain the ins and outs. It's not like I understand a ton of the ins and outs. I'm going to explain how to apply usage and function to this. Hey. So, the way that this works generally is that this is a bunch of splitters and, what do you call it, convergers, that basically just staggers the amount of time it takes for a battery to go in. It makes it so that for every battery released, there's only one in, I think, 81 that reaches the thermal bank. So it takes the amount of time for 81 batteries to get through. this whole little sequence here before that thermal bank receives any power. This causes a pretty substantial difference in how my power works. I'm going to show you a before and after. So, as you can see, this is the last 10 minutes, for example. Now, the way I have this set up is a little bit generous in case I need more power. But let's look at the past 7 days, right? So we obviously have, this is prior to me setting everything up properly. I believe I just used the normal batteries, the little ones, the LC batteries, until I ran out of them because it was more cost effective. Then I went all in and I was like, okay, cool. So I'm going to just have all double batteries because I can't use enough Originium. I'm not going to waste that Originium on this. And then the past day, by that I mean last night, this is what my power output now looks like consistently throughout the day. It's consistently only slightly higher than my power usage. Doing it like this has benefits over the normal pulse width modulation as well. Normal pulse width modulation, if you've ever used it with the big system that is like really complicated looking and stuff, that actually, if you set it up to like go based off of your power, you will lose power. Inevitably. Throughout the day, like I think for some people that they would lose power for like 20 minutes at a time. Or they'd completely lose power like for a minute out of every 20 minutes. It's something like that. You will consistently throughout the day completely drop out of power. So I did not want to do that, and the only ways to avoid that are to use the system that I'm using, which is a basically I think it's called DIGE instead of pulse width modulation, instead of PWM. So it's a little bit of a different system, but it's basically built around the fact that I have a large need for power, and I need to constantly be pushing through my batteries, but I also want to have some excess power in order to ensure that my system never goes offline. I almost never hit 20% power. Does this mean that I waste a little bit more than someone else might? Yes. However, I consider that wasted power, being like I think 100 to 200 every so often, to be significantly more worth it than completely stopping production in my factory because it stops gaining power, just to save slightly more battery. So that was something else. But yes, so, and then as far as production goes, sure, it does not take a ton to see, but here. So this is all stuff that I'm making with my factory. And I am making quite a bit of excess. So I've made 6,000 excess batteries. And those are very expensive batteries, by the way. I think I left some, yeah. So I've got a little bit of monitoring to do today. Let me see what the stocks are like. We'd love to see it. Absolutely going to get all of that because those almost never drop below 40%. Okay. Now, like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of our daily things today. Primarily because of the variety of things that I have to do in order to, or that I possibly have to do. I don't really know what I have to do yet in order to 100% or get, you know, the majority of 100%. What is that in your AIC factory? So in my AIC factory, if you were just talking about the thing I was just showing you, it's basically a bunch of splitters and converters to forcibly make it so that batteries enter that thermal bank more slowly. And by doing that, I save battery power because my factory waits until it hits around 20% battery left, and then it finally feeds a battery in. And so by doing that, my actual power generated by my factory, I think I need a little over 4,000, and it generates about 4,200, even though I'm using 2 Wuling SC batteries, when if I were to just leave it alone and let it autopilot, it would really make, I think, it's 64,000, or sorry, 6,400. So it's basically just a way for me to minimize wasted power.
Endman.
Big ol' gifts.
Endman, take this.
Big ol' gifts. And what do I use?
Don't ask where it's from. Just take it. My rule is to reward good work, and you're pretty.
I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Or did you just mean you didn't understand what I said? If you need, I can show you. I didn't understand. That's fine. 1 second. Let me try and show it to you.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
Alright, so she's almost at that point. Here, let me go back and show you real quick what I'm talking about. So, you're aware that it takes time for things to go down conveyors, right? Yeah. So, when it comes to this one specifically, it's basically taking advantage of that just to make it more slow going into the thermal bank. So these are all splitters down this line right here. These orange ones, these are all splitters. Then they have convergers that go out to the side. And then the convergers go back down to spit them all back at the start. The specific way that this is arranged is basically just a way to make it so that for every battery that this spits out, or rather for every 81 batteries that go through this first piece right here that I'm at, only one of those 81 batteries hits the thermal bank, which just gives my factory enough time to get low on power, and then by the time that that battery runs out, it's at 100% again, which saves battery power. It makes it so I need to use less batteries. So, for example, if I just let that run as if it's like a completely consistent one and I fill the whole thing up and everything, then I end up using 3 batteries per minute. My usage is 3 batteries per minute. But now, my usage is only 2 batteries per minute. Because every 40 seconds, 1 battery guaranteed gets used, but the other battery doesn't get used for 80 seconds because of how long it takes to go through. So it's just taking a strong advantage of the conveyor system to prevent the factory from like fully realizing or like from fully, you know, running out of power, but also preventing it from completely filling this thermal bank. Now, keep in mind, that's actually super smart. I'll tell you right now, I did not think of it. It's something people in the community are doing. And specifically, mine is unique to my setup. This is specifically if you use only SC Wuling batteries. And it's also specifically for generating 4,200 worth of power. How come I didn't think of that? Well, I'll tell you, it's a lot of finagling. It's very odd. But yes, mine is not even a very complicated one, by the way. Some people have built these and they look insane. Like it looks like some other stuff. May I use it? I mean, go ahead. I'm gonna make a short to better explain the process. Like a short little video that I'll post. I might make it today, I might make it tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure yet. Where I explain the process that I used it, because I used a website as well to help with designing it based on the amount of power I needed. Because that website is very good at telling you how long. That would be a big help. Yes, so I will be doing that. Keep in mind, I don't understand a lot of the like math or computing behind it that people put in, so I will be explaining it from the perspective of a player. Worship ginseng beef stew. This is just generally true. It is a very powerful item. One which will not be underestimated. Go ahead of a circuit. I send some stuff. The HAS stuff. Are there any of you? Yes, there is one. Why does everyone have this maxed out, by the way? That's so funny. You can add me in-game. I have a public Discord linked in my bio. And you can get my UID there. I have a gacha gaming channel, and I have pinned messages. One of them is my UID. I don't add people, because my friends list is always maxed, so whenever someone adds me, I basically just look through to see if anyone has been offline for like 3 weeks straight. So, if you'd like to add me, though, that is how you can do it. Just pop into the Discord and do that. Just get rid of this. Yeah. Oh, nice. I might, never mind, I'm not gonna max it out. Well, actually, if the Umbral Monument stuff counts, then I will. Yeah, I'm good. Oh no, because it's level 60, so I won't max it out. So I'm gonna get crazy good rewards, though, constantly. So, nice. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, so I'm totally fine with people adding me. People add me all the time. I just don't personally do it. Alright. So, here we are. Off that. People sleep on this credit store too much, by the way. Some people don't know it exists. Some people think the chances on it are really low. They're not. At least in my experience, I have like a 50-50 shot of getting like special rewards to show up. So I do highly recommend making sure you get those credits. Because, I mean, realistically, right? The credits are not used anywhere else. There's no point in saving them. Because they all expire over 300 every day. And they can be exchanged for ore barrel. Or more importantly, frankly, they can be exchanged for arsenal tickets. Because 20 arsenal tickets is minimum 500 ore barrel. Like, for direct translation, 500 ore barrel is equal to 20 arsenal tickets. Now, of course, for every 5,000 ore barrel you spend, you get 200. So, like, it's technically worth slightly more, but it's still not anywhere near equivalent to the amount of ore barrel that is needed. Especially for the cost in the credit store. Which it's kind of reflected because arsenal tickets do cost. If you were technically to get one that's not on any kind of, like, you know, credit store sale, then it would cost you, I think, like 840 to get them. The difference is they're always at least on a 50% sale, so you will never run into that problem. At least I've never run into that problem. I've literally never seen it for full price. Thank you for the lurk, Tangtang. Didn't say it earlier. Yes, so only downside right now is I need more clues in order to later do a thing, because I'm at a point, once I grab this and then I refresh, I'm pretty much, yeah, I'm out. Can you do a backflip? Me personally, I don't think I can. Can I in-game do a backflip? I believe Tangtang can if she runs into a hazard. Spend 200 sanity, acquire 50 Cuprian bottles. Interesting. And then cast combo skills 30 times. Interesting. And hello, I'm not a pro. Welcome in. Okay. Let me see here. I suppose I should probably replace Estella. It's not like she's in here for anything particularly useful.
On it. We song seekers never rest.
Yep. Alright. Is 200 the max happiness? Yes, 200 is the max trust you can reach for a character. So I've got every character maxed out except Tangtang. Tangtang is the only one that I don't have maxed out. And if I remember correctly, trust affects how they treat you on the ship. And it also affects the gifts, I think.
Got a moment, Endmin? Have fun.
Like, I don't think they always give you, like, for example, right there, I don't think they always give you more rare stuff. It just opens up the things that they can give you.
The incident has been logged. Just be glad that nobody was hurt.
So there's that. Where am I going? I do have
Still waiting for something.
more things to do.
Looky here.
So we have Gilberta, who she can technically be maxed out right now, level-wise.
I offer today's
Though the main benefit of leveling her up was to unlock masters and stuff, which is fun. At least in my opinion, it's fun. Tangtang is a very cute character.
Computation.
Though I may do
Abandonment.
Jahi's promotion because I just got, you know, what I just got. I think that's a generally good idea. Let's enter here.
So, where are we having?
Once I promote Jahi, I might try to etch Yvonne's weapon further.
Who's the wise guy looking for fight? I wish you the best of fortune. What's in my turn, sanitize the corruption. Fireworks for you. Might of the wind. Finish with the fight. Feel the chill. My prayer.
Oh no, that's fine.
My prayers have been answered.
Alright, let's see. And one more. Oh, we got 2 extra things. That's nice. I don't think they're ones that I particularly need, but they're still.
Gotta scare them just like that. Sanitize the corruption.
Hello, Melvin.
Fireworks for you. Simmer down. Got to lose sight. Might of the wind.
I've never played any of the, like, I don't know, the only, like games based on an anime I've played, Melvin, to which, by the way, for those unaware, Melvin asked, don't you like the new Seven Deadly Sins Origin game? I don't know what that game is. The only anime game that I've played that's, like, based on an actual anime, because obviously I've played plenty of, like, JRPGs and stuff, but in terms of games based directly on an anime, I've only played, I think, Dragon Ball Xenoverse. At least as far as I remember. I might have played another game and then didn't realize it was based on an anime or something. But that's the only one that I fully remember and intend. And, like, had intended. So. Yeah, alright, so...
Originium will carve a path for...
Contemplation, computation. I once restructured the codec dome of the Catederalis to enhance its working efficiency.
Yeah.
Yet, unanticipated resonances occurred as the ancient algorithm processed the data flow. The result was complicated. And yet, what once exiled one from their homeland has become a source of grace here at Endfield. Perhaps this is what the law wished.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought process. I don't know why. I've been playing since release. I am deeply into the game. Okay, cool. Yeah, for Arknights Endfield, I've played since launch.
Reveal to me.
Because I thought it was very interesting. Interesting. A lot of people are doing that. Huh, okay. Oh, there we go. So. Gamers. Here is the deal. We are going to now be looking through our audio recordings and seeing what's going on. I'm done with all recipes and Arknights, and I have nothing else to do. So I think for me, the only things I have left to do kind of depend. I have the crafting manual stuff, which I have. I guess I can go and like look at my farming stuff real quick. There's the one that's up here, which I'm doing for it's like the citrine and like the, you know, the ones that are not so easily handled. I need to remember the names. Because they technically don't spawn on their own. They're like a small chance of spawning from like citron plants. Yeah, it's the Umbraline, I think. I have plenty of armors and all the things that are required to continue, but I need the most important, money. Yeah, T-creds are a little rough. T-creds are in a very, very rough spot. Buy T-creds on the stock exchange. You can do that. It's just a matter of that's not permanent. You know what I mean? You can't constantly do it. You eventually run out. Like for me, I think I still have some on my Wuling stock bills, or my Wuling stock exchange. Let me check. Let me order this first. Once these are all done, I'll check. So you can obviously pull up your stock exchange. Most people don't have it anymore in Valley 4. I think I still have it in Wuling. No, never mind, I don't. Yeah, so I'm out. I can't, like, I legitimately cannot do that anymore. There's no more T-creds in the stock exchange. You can get them from the credit store, but that's not really all that worth it, unless they're like 90% off. So you're very limited when it comes to getting T-creds. A lot of these, some of these are like I've almost grabbed just because they're constant. I'll have to look through them. I'll probably start specifically tracking these down once we are at a point where I've got like all the files and the stuff that's more easy to just grab. So drive T-creds, indeed. I'm glad that this event here, if you haven't done it yet, this is so good for T-creds. All these give 40,000 each. It's so nice. This event. Of course. I've already done it, then, you know. Other sources are not quite as immense. Yeah, I spent all 290 my Tangtang. Fair enough. That is totally fair. But yes, gamers, it's audio records time, I think. Or is it? Wait, would it be under findings? No, it's audio records, I think. Okay, so records of the trapped, victim of an attack, a surgeon, final recording, a scientist, a determined crewmate, an agitated scientist, author and writer of hatred. Okay, so I'm looking for one called recording combat team. Then accidentally activated, those seeking shelter, experimental recording. Then there's the one awaiting the prize and busy township. And then the one stuck in hatred. Okay. Well, that's an interesting thing. I'll have to look through and re-look through all my stuff, because I have most certainly missed one at some point. Alright, let's go find that. Oh yeah, also I believe I've done all the investigations. I have, yeah. Do you know if 2 pump is too much for 1 inlet to a fluid supply unit? It's fine. 2 is fine. I always set 2 pumps for every inlet. Three is overkill. 3 is definitely overkill. Yeah. You only need 2. If it's 2, then like it'll clog a bit, but it will produce. You'll get enough water to where you can set your stuff up fully fine. It won't like you won't have issues where the pipe is ran empty or anything like that. I'm trying to drain out a pond. Gotcha. Yeah, so 2 is fine.
No more retreating. This is our final line of defense. If we lose this, they'll take the test site. Team 2, hold the line at the container yard.
Sir, yes, sir.
Team 3, do whatever you can and find that Ujuk.
Sir, yes, sir.
Buggy, need an update on road conditions in 5 minutes.
Gotcha, loud and clear. On it.
Counting on that armored vehicle to blast that woman to oblivion.
Okay. So there's 333. I've missed one somewhere. Because that is supposedly just one I. Time to look through all of them. And you're welcome, Terex. And thank you, Protocol Ruins, for the follow. Yes, alright, gamers. It's e-files time. Use bolts. Hartman's work. Oh. Nope, never mind, that's fine. Hans. Hartman Alexander. Old photograph. Jeremy. Business traveler. Romans Baker. Eurigium logs. Wait, let me. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I need to actually download this, but I don't really want to download this. I just want to look for the one that's missing. So, because I'm literally missing one singular file is the funny part. Let's see, Baker. Supply logs. Call for evac. Yvonne's message. Disappointing research. Another Yvonne's message. The crew 3 out of 3. Complain about delivery fees. Shadowgirds hikers. Iridium scientist. An observer. Showing off. Celebrate the reopening. Painter. Emergency. Container crate cleaner. Worried scientist. An idler. Researcher's notes. Chat log. Idle recess chatter. Bloodstained emergency order. Memo janitor. Guarantee from a builder. That's what it is. I'm missing guarantee from a builder. Supposedly that is the only file I'm missing. Oh, and very funny, it's right next to where I am. It's literally right on the other side of this wall. Supposedly.
Wait, someone looks tough. Hey.
Here. Yeah, there we go. Guarantee from a builder. Construction progress is definitely okay, but I can't give you any promises about the noise. We got scientists working pretty close to us. Are they complaining about the noise? It's not every day when the big shots greenlit an expansion project for Valley 4. Don't worry, we'll do our best. And I know I shouldn't be asking, but you talked to the people upstairs, right? About the thing you excavated from the quarry? Is it really that valuable? Alright. Now, there's nothing to notify me that I've grabbed every file, by the way. I just have to assume that I have, so let me see. Here.
I think the Endman's catching some rest. Long-distance hauls can get really tiring. Let's keep it down and give the Endman some quiet time.
How do you
to
unlock the
unwind.
Umbral stuff? Is there like no indicators? So the Umbral stuff, I think I mentioned at the start of the stream. We're on the if you're on the US EU servers, then I believe they go online in the next like couple hours. Because they release earlier in the Asia servers. Okay. Yes. So I will be doing them during the stream. Just not yet. I'm currently working on some completion stuff. So I now have 333 files, which I think is all of them. And then I want some more metals, I think. Because I don't believe I have them all. Thank you for the follow, Darks. Okay, so I need to have any operator solidified during battle. I could probably figure out how this works. Okay. I found a way. Cool. Very easy. So apparently this is one of those medals where you kind of get punished for doing certain activities well. Because it does not give you the medal if you don't let yourself get like hit and stuff, obviously. So I just never knew that you could even get solidified because I hadn't ran into that problem. So it is interesting. Alright, I don't need to do that. I can just run around over here.
Hey.
Struggling with charging Yvonne's ult on Umbral Stage 3. I unfortunately cannot help you yet. I don't even have access to it because I'm on the US servers. So I have no way to assist you. Wait, why no last right? Because I like Yvonne. Why no Yvonne?
He who suffers
I haven't
today
started there
is
yet.
not
I forgot. Yeah.
like
His last right is not such things. Oh yeah, not me forgetting that. Do I have to like? I don't know. I have to run up with a solo team, I think.
Hi, Endman. Oh, the weather is so lovely
Team?
today.
Or wait. I need more than 5 teams, but it's fine. I can just temporarily edit it.
I'm here. If you've got equipment issues, leave them to me.
Great waifu off, apparently. Yes, at least as far as I'm concerned. Last Right's chill. She's cool. I like Last Right. I don't have her signature. And I do just prefer Yvonne. Last Right's too slow for me, in my opinion. Okay. Does she move around slow? Or is it just her animations look slow? Trying to get frozen? Yeah, 10 times. Trying to get that medal. Her animations in combat? Fair enough. To be honest, I like Yvonne, but can't afford to raise another character to 90. That's fair. Not to mention, I'm sure it was, you know, it would take... If you don't randomly just get Last Right's signature, then it'll take a while to get it. Like, I think I did 10 pulls on her banner. Or, sorry, I did like, I guess it's like 30. Because each pull is a 10 pull. Something like that. And I didn't get it. Last Right is a very long combo. Each individual animation is fine, but the whole thing is long. That's fair. Whereas Yvonne, at least to me, it feels like a fast combo, like her rotation. At least with Tangtang. Oh, joined back in a while. Alrighty, gamer. And thank you for the follow, Itachi Uchiha.
I'm feeling much better.
It'll tell me whenever I hit the amount that I need for the, so. It's very funny though, this is the first time I'm ever getting solidified in a fight. And it's for a medal. I've never had any of my characters become solidified before. Wow, the fact that it does fully freeze you, that's pretty cool though. They should take advantage of that a bit more with enemies. Putting different, like, I guess, elements together. And then having them attack with the elemental infliction. Because if it works just like it does against enemies, then if it would be way better. Like, this would be a much harder, theoretically, set of enemies if they just had one that was not cryo. And was a different element, applying elements. Since I'd be getting frozen much more often. Three more times, okay.
It hurts. They got me back.
Okay. I could walk out.
I'm feeling much better.
There we go. Whoops. So 3 more times. So after this freeze, it'll be 2 more, I think? Or is it 1 more? I don't remember. We'll have to find out. There we go. Do I have to do more to get higher levels of it? Or is it fine? Well, at least... Okay, so this I can only unlock from whatever. Let me see which of these I can upgrade, though. Okay, so this can only be... Yep, that's fine. Okay, none of these can be upgraded. None of these can be upgraded. None of these can be upgraded. These can. So we have Skill Master. Okay, this is just more masteries. That's fine. Potential is rough. This, I'm just going to hope for 5 stars. Hope for them to release more 4 and 5 stars. And hope to get potential on the ones that I already have. This is actually a pretty good one. Ultimate weapon I could do. Hardened Veteran. That one I will just complete naturally. Factory... that's horrific. That is the idea of doing 25. Like, oh my. Let's see which ones I've got. So... we have all these. Then for exploration missions, we have all of these, which are nice. Then for technical, we've got... Arts and Flow, Superb Physicals. We have Crush the Bony Fist, Broken Rise of Astron, Collapse or Pale Image, Master Interceptor, Ultimate Immobilizer, Total Obliterator, Smart Annihilation, and then we have these three, which are newer, I think. Yeah, they're newer. Then for the protocol space, we have Material Gathering, Advanced Progression, Illuvium Dredger, then these three. Yep, and then we're gonna get a new one from Searing Mark that's up here. So we'll have 80. I don't know if we get more than 80 though, is what I'm looking for. Valley Anchor, Reunited Fragments, Valley Crate, Delta, Shoulder to Shoulder, and Valley Investigator. Okay, those are all ones that line up. Let's see. Are there any new ones? Unleashed, Arsenal Collection, Ultimate Weapon, Perfect Gearing, Deep Explorer, and Heart Veteran. Gate by Wheeling Depot Node. How do you open it up? I'm trying to think of what you're talking about for a second. Give me a second.
So, where are we having fun today, Endmin?
Here we go. Put these back in the right spot.
A logical choice.
And then I'm thinking that you're talking about up here, this over here somewhere. There's the gate north of the depot node. When you say north, because I'm assuming normal compass rules, north, south, east, west. So when you say north, you're talking about this direction. Or are you referring to something else? Yes? Okay, so if you're talking about this direction of the depot node, I'm not sure where the gate is. If you're talking about right here, this is unlocked by a quest. Welcome in, Abdullah. Yeah, this is unlocked by a quest. The quest will be over here. You will get the quest info right over here, and you will do the quest over here. That will lead you to opening that. Okay, thank you. Yep, you're welcome. Yes, okay, so back to trying to figure out all my medals. Construction-wise, we've got Pioneer, Builder, Redistributor, Pioneer, Redistributor, Recycler, Steady Status, Good Delivery, Environment Monitor, Badger Simulation, Wheeling Pioneer, Distributor. Cryo team is good. Yeah, there's good cryo teams. Yvonne or Last Right as your DPS, and then Tangtang is a really good support, as are Jaihi and Gilberta. You can swap certain characters out depending on what you're doing. I know some people like to run Alash with Yvonne. But it depends on what you want. So Dijon, we have all 3 of those. Then for social stuff, I've got all 4 of those. For events, there's only 1. And for Wondrous, I've got all of the ones that I know of. Funny you say quest, I'm doing that one right now. And I have 3 pumps training. Oh yeah, okay. I use a physical team, but I have Yvonne. Gotcha. Okay. I see, I see. It's understandable. So it doesn't seem like, it doesn't seem like there's secret medals. I don't know anything about rotations. That's fine. I think I'm gonna be fully honest with you. There's not a lot of need for learning a bunch of rotations as long as you understand what each character is supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if I know that Tangtang's ult freezes enemies, I also know that Yvonne's ult takes 5 fucking years to charge up, right? I can then set up my other supports to go before Tangtang does, and then set Tangtang to go up before Yvonne does, and boom, I have somehow come up with a rotation that is very close to the optimal one. You don't really, like, at least in this game, I don't think you need to super hard analyze rotations and then repeat them based on whatever's going on. But yes, Path of Glory. There are some of the... Yes, okay. Okay, I've got this. Okay, I've got this. I'm gaming. Oh, that's a good explanation. Yeah. So, like, yeah, it's basically just understanding what each character is supposed to do in your team. As long as you know that, you will come up with a good rotation. It may not be the perfect, best min-max rotation, but it will be a good rotation, and it'll be more than enough for 99% of the game. Especially if, like, for harder stuff, you happen to use, like, food and or anything like that, you know? Okay, so... I am going to kind of do a thing because apparently
All operators
I
accounted
need to
for. The team is ready for the mission.
parry someone. Let me see what characters can parry in this game. Is it Snowshine specifically? Okay, yeah, it is. It's Catcher or Snowshine, but I don't have either of them leveled up, and I'd rather level her up.
Snowboarding
So
with me, Endman? These
I'm gonna at least
records
get her
offer
to a
valuable
point.
references. They give me plenty of ideas for future SAR
I don't
operations.
really mind any of this.
I've been exercising really hard. Gotta get ready for all sorts of emergencies, you know?
40 should be enough. Also should be enough to start getting her. Yes, I can. Cool. Putting her in a manufacturing cabin might be good at some point. And hello, Big Wave. I don't know how to say your name. Musmuklus? Muklas? I genuinely have no idea. So if you want to tell me, then I will pronounce it properly. Alright, I need to remember which one of her abilities is the parry.
Over here, Endman. Wanna come snowboarding?
Is it her combo or is it her battle skill? Raises a shield. Yeah, it's the shield. Right? When attacked while the shield is raised. Cool. Yep, lovely. She's got a big old sword too.
Ready for a really long
So
trip?
let's
Hi,
chuck
Endman.
her on
Oh, the weather is
instead
so lovely
of
today.
I don't know, Perlica for whatever reason.
Waiting for your orders, Administrator. Hoi.
No, not what I was trying
May
to do. but
Veritas
close
bless
enough.
our journey.
Okay. I know where there's a axe horn too, so. I have some secret things to get. Some so-called secret things, I should say. I don't know if any of them are actually secret at all. I just have to bait this guy into charging me, I think is the goal.
A wayward fallen one roams nearby.
All equipment charged and ready. And I was hoping you'd say that.
There you go.
Passage denied.
Boom.
You're amazing, team.
Cool. Alright. And then I think I've got 2 more. Trying to get all achievements? Cool, yes.
Waiting for your orders, Administrator.
I think this is the Perlica team.
Transferring
That's
command
nice.
authority now, Administrator.
Very good. But yeah, I'm basically just waiting for the new Umbral Monument, and while I'm doing that, I'm gonna get all medals that are not related to Umbral Monument, so that when the Searing Mark Umbral Monument comes out, I can get every medal in the game. Because I already have all of the files in the game. All 333 of them. And then I also already have, like, the trimmed boss medals. Like, I've got pretty much everything I could realistically be wanting to go for. The next one, I'm gonna have to find an enemy that's like, I don't know. Because I have to fall on them for the next achievement. I have to fall on an enemy and hit them. So first I have to find an enemy that's underneath a really tall surface. Right down here. Like, that's not enough. If I understand correctly. It has to be like 20 meters. So odds are, I'm gonna go back down here. I'm gonna try and use like the camera or something from on top of this and just fall on top of something and hit it. Those are not enemies. And hello, smiley face. You got 6-star operators? Are you were talking about the 20-meter one? Yes, I'm talking about the 20-meter one. And yes, I do have a lot of 6-star operators. This team is 3 out of 4 6-star operators. The only one who isn't is Shahi, and that's because she's sick. She's very good at what she does, regardless. Something's dropped. I did this one. That makes sense. I was about to ask about that one. Yeah, so this one, I'm probably going to look for an enemy that's underneath this crane somewhere, and then I'm going to jump on top of it. Worst case, I can always just turn over. Because I know there's enemies in other places. I don't know if there's a ton in this one. Let me see if I can just turn it. Well, not let me see if I can. I'm just gonna turn it. Endfield looks so pretty. It is such a pretty game. Genuinely. It's great. Fantastic, in my opinion. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Ooh, that's not what I was trying to do, but alright. I saw enemies there. I saw enemies there. I think I've got it facing the right way. I definitely have it facing the right way. Okay. I should make sure I'm far enough.
Hey.
Am I close enough? No, I'm not. Shit.
A wayward fallen one roams nearby. My staff shall grieve for them.
I did get it right, but I didn't I didn't jump far enough. I was worried I'd overshoot, and so I undershot it instead. Yeah, this zone is pain.
We'll end this fight easily.
There you go. And I believe I have one more. Yes, I do. Okay. Thank you for showing that. You're very welcome. I should probably do guides on that, shouldn't I? Because those are hidden. So knowing how to do them is probably a little bit tough. What up, Stixer? What's up, Amelia? Welcome in. To teleport. Be warned, gamers. I'm gonna have to fight the 1.1 boss for an achievement. So, if you don't know who the 1.1 boss is and you don't want to know, you might want to look away for a bit. Or if you don't know what it is, or like how, you know, however you want to put that. If you do not want spoilers on how the boss fight looks, then, you know. There's that. Okay, I need to make sure I understand what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, I think about it. This game was cool. What are we playing? I'm playing Arknights Endfield. I did the story and I don't hate it, but I also don't like it. I like the story a lot, personally. I think it'll be cool when they add more,
I shall pray for
like,
you.
dark stuff. More overtly dark stuff. But I think the way that they've built it up so far is cool. And 1.1 could be way more better. I really like 1.1.
Sanitize the corruption! Got you in sight! Cozy up with gravity!
Not me.
Let us dance!
Why is he taking no damage? Oh, did I forget that I have to wait until... How much you buy that operator? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm free play. So 0. I got this operator free play. You mean how many pulls it took? Yvonne I got by losing a 50-50 to another character. And welcome in, C. Okay, so now I just have to sit here. The 1.1 story didn't work for me. Yeah, I'm not, obviously I can't be sure of why that is, because I'm not you. For me, the 1.1 story was good. I liked it. So, oh, I missed it. And there we go. Are you going to fight back today? What do you mean? I have problems with characters' signature weapons. It does take longer to get the signature weapons than it does to get the characters. But in most cases, it shouldn't take you much longer. The weapon odds are actually really good in this game. Yes, alright gamers. So I have, like, I got all characters. I was pretty lucky. Gotcha. Okay. So you got all characters, but the issue is because of how luck works, you don't necessarily get all of the signatures. That makes sense. Yes, so I have 81 medals out of the 82 that I think are out. And then the 82nd is out or later today. I need to do a little bit of not necessarily like Umbral Monument prepping, but oh, you know what? Let's do a little bit of working on what the weapon pulls. I don't get that much because I was just lucky. Gotcha. Are you going to play Neverness to Everness? It's releasing in a bit. I don't really know. I don't know much about the game. It looks really good. Like, it looks pretty. What do people know about the actual gameplay? I'm literally just missing Ember on my account, but she's not coming home. Same. Unironically the same, Teta. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like GTA. Oh, that's kind of funny. Gotcha, GTA. Okay. That does sound kind of fun. Not gonna lie. That sounds really fun. Like, oh yeah, cool. Wait, can you, like... Is it GTA in the sense of, like, does it look like GTA? Or is it GTA in the sense of you can commit crime? Like, to what extent is it like GTA? Because if they literally just made gacha GTA, I think that's a potential goal.
Watch it! Don't get hurt!
Yeah. Okay. I mean, based on your description, I think I'll probably play it. Like stealing cars. You could steal cars? Not missing much with Ember. She was my starter and I have a weapon. You see, here's the thing though. She looks good, so I want her. I genuinely, does not matter if she's bad. I don't have her, and she's my favorite designed standard character overall. Though I would like even more if she had like heavier armor, but I really like how like her gauntlet things look. Yeah, you can do activities even in GTA, for example, you get jailed for crimes. Lovely. That sounds great. I'll look into when it like I don't know, I'll look into like pre-registering and seeing when it drops and stuff like that, so I can download it. And then I'll stream it when I play it. Fair enough, Ember does look nice, yes. I don't hear anything about antenna. What's antenna? I don't know what that is. They get canceled or what? I still have no idea what you're talking about.
Behave, Frosty Bitey! Oh. We're going for a walk with...
Went off because I haven't fought the boss yet? Yep, that's fair. I think you jumped in midway through the fight. And I had literally right before then been like, hey, anyone who doesn't want any boss spoilers, make sure you close off real quick. And I started it, and then I looked over and I saw you were like, no, and then left. And I was like, yep, understandable. You popped in, saw the boss, and dipped. Understandable. I just needed a specific achievement for the boss fight, so I just went in there and got the achievement real quick. And now your boy has 81 medals. No 6-star electric yet? Not yet. The first one will probably be Fangy. If I had to guess. Based on what people are saying and assuming. Sorry, antenna? I don't know what antenna is either. Metal display looking crisp? I think so as well. I quite like this animated crown effect. And I like all of my sparklies. All of them. I will most likely replace this one with the Searing Mark 1. The Umbral monument that releases today. The trimmed version of that. Just so that every medal there is basically this. I wish they made more crowns, more like crowned medals, or more crowns for abilities.
Over here, Endman!
Because, I mean, right now, we have a decent amount of crowns for abilities, but I can understand if some people who are more focused on, like, a single team probably want more. Medals, abilities, I have, like, 40. Understandable. I have, I think, around 20 to 30? Maybe more? I don't remember. Where is it? I have 25. There we go.
Behave, Frosty Bitey! Oh! We're going for a walk with Endman.
Catch this. Alright, one more. No matter what the result of this is, I get Yvonne's weapon maxed out today. Only maxed out one team, so yeah, no need for crowns. Fair enough. I think I've got 2 teams that have been maxed out in terms of being upgraded. They're not max level yet. Only one of them is.
Object violations. All shall may. Who wants to be
There you go.
Passion supercharged. Finish with the fight. Let's flip the world.
Got it. Oh, did you get the medal you needed? Yeah, I'm pretty maxed out, but I only use my talents for Yvonne and everything. Fair enough. I'm probably... I don't know. I'm debating between starting to save up materials or not. Yeah? Okay, cool. Nice. Well done on your medal. Okay. So gamers, the time has come.
Over here, Endman.
No, don't switch. It'd be wild. Okay. There you go. Skill stuff. Nice. Then get all these. Took me a few tries to get the 20-meter one. Fair. Now I'm just relaxing, doing dailies and saving. Understandable. Let's see, ultimate weapon. To a total skill rank of 25. How do you get a weapon to a total skill rank of 25? That's something a little confusing. Are you able to upgrade...
Frosty Bitey. Oh. We're going for a walk with Endman.
Are you able to etch this further? No, the limit's been reached. Oh, potential. Higher potential. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I will worry about that for another time then. Because I have no interest in getting high potential versions of these weapons yet.
Hey.
Alright. Well, I'm satisfied enough having it maxed to what I can have it maxed at.
Over here, Endman.
My Yvonne is very, very strong. And is very, very ready. Welcome in, Gojo. 120 pulls together operator takes a lot of money. If you want to pay for it, I guess. You can do it with a 5-star weapon. I can do it with a 5-star weapon. I would just require a 5-star weapon that I want to do that with.
I hate fool.
As of right now, none of my characters except
weak links.
Akakuri use 5-star weapons. So I don't know if she will want this. Maybe Perlica? I could set up Perlica with it. That might be a good idea. And then I would just need to... max this weapon, and then it could actually... that could be a really good benefit for a very specific reason. As you can see, her essence is this, which is the same that I use for Labatane. So I could... let me see. Do I have any copies of Stanza? Not her. Stanza. God damn it.
Over here and prepped and ready to go.
I do have copies of Stanza. What characters all use this weapon? That's actually a lot of value. they only benefit from one, so there's no point in me ever having less than one. Or sorry, more than one, because they only benefit from the ult one time. This. So there's not any reason at all for me to do this. Okay. All right. So this weapon is upgraded 19. I can get it up a bit higher. Depending on what I do. Alright. There we go. Alright, what else do I have here available? Oh yes, I should go to Wuling real quick. I did it with a 4-star just for the badge. Fair enough. I can do it with a 5-star, which is good. There is the matter of whether I will want to fully use everything, but should I pull for Pog's weapon? If there's no other character weapons you want for a while, then sure. You're not going to lose out. Like, if you're actively using Pog and you want his weapon, then you're going to benefit from that.
Hey.
I just want it because it looks cool. Okay, well, then that's not up to me. There's no advice there that I can give you. If you just want it because it looks cool, then grab it, I guess. Did they release Rossi yet? No. They released a, what would you call it? Like a character trailer, I think? But they didn't fully release her. She's released on the 29th, I think. Oh, we're stuck. Fortunate.
Over here.
Yeah, released on the 29th. I'm waiting for the 1.2 character roster so I can decide if I pull for Artsy Tyrannical. Fair enough. If you're one issue away, you might as well grab it. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're legitimately one temple away, it doesn't matter what characters come out. You're gonna, like, you will lose value if you don't just grab the weapon. You already spent so many materials going for it. And I did, by popular demand, make some fertilizer. Fertilizer that is annoyingly back at my base. Is it in this base or is it in the other one? I hope it's not in the other one because that would be annoying. I think it's in the other one. Unfortunate. I'll pull for Austin if that's the case. Yeah, at least for the weapon banner, it's like worth pulling on the weapon banner. Because the weapons are harder to get than the character. Did they say what weapon the next weekly weapon is? No idea, actually. I don't really pay too much attention to the weekly weapons. These guys. I'm not really too worried about it. Arknights Endfield. This is Arknights Endfield. I need to pull currency. I'm at 500 right now, so I might just pull. Well, if you pulled for Tangtang, you have the dossier, which is 10 pulls. You also have the free 10 expiring pulls that'll drop with Rossi. So you should be able to get enough currency if you either get lucky with your 5 stars on those 2 pulls, get lucky with 6 stars on those 2 pulls, or if you push yourself to the urgent recruitment, you should get it. That's the great thing about Arsenal tickets, is they are built up by that stuff. How'd you get so many plots in your farm? I built them. What do you mean? I don't think I did anything particularly special. I built the farms. Or I built the plots. And then I put them down. That's the max I can put on the Wuling farm, at least. What does the dossier do? So the dossier, if you pull 60 times on a banner, you get an item in your inventory called the dossier. Headhunting dossier. This gives you a 10 pull at the start of the next patch. Or at the start of the next banner. So because I pulled 60 times on Tangtang, then I get a 10 times permit, and I can pull a 10 pull, basically. It does not count towards your pity on the next banner, which is a good and a bad thing. It's good because if you pull a 6-star, it doesn't count against you either. So you maintain your 6-star pity even if you pull a 6-star, while it's still like a 50-50 and everything. So this is more chances to get the character you want. But at the same time, of course, it does not count towards your pity. It doesn't progress it at all. And it also doesn't benefit from it. So there's not like some weird thing where you're like, oh, I should pull when I've already pulled and I have like 20 left or whatever. Do you think Lycia will be playable? Most likely. Then I'd be worrying if I have enough pulls for Fangy. I'm at 60k ore barrel and saving it for Fangy. Well, if Fangy drops in 1.3, you'll definitely have enough. Because we still have a whole extra patch. Keep in mind, you can still wait for the 1.2 character drop to make sure. It's probably going to be Mifu and one of the unnamed characters. Most likely, that's going to be the case. Do you know when weekly reset is? Because I'm waiting for compass and detectors. It tells you in the stock exchange. If you ever look at a stock exchange recycling material, or like one that refills, it tells you exactly how long is left. So you can pull up your stock redistribution here, and you can look, and it says 3 days. This usually means 3 days and some hours, so it's probably closer to 4 days. And I'm not buying anything here. It's all expensive. Fair enough. I'm off to pull then. Thank you for the advice.
Hey.
Well, Rossi is the next banner, but we're talking about upcoming patches. So after Rossi, in the next patch, is most likely Mifu and an unnamed character. And then the patch after that is probably Fangy and an unnamed character. That's usually what they do. They release someone familiar with someone new. That way you have all this stuff popping up. But yeah, I don't know if are you talking about pulling now? See? If you already have Tangtang, you might want to save on that. Thank you for the follow, smiley face. Oh yes. I almost forgot. I need to grab my fertilizer. Oh, do I not have the fertilizer here either? So I just don't know where my fertilizer is. I've completely lost track of my fertilizer. I know I haven't used it all. So where is it gone? How odd. With dossier, it's a 6-star for sure, be it random or whatever. Well, it's not always a 6-star. The dossier just gives you, it gives you an 8% chance to pull a 6-star. Because it's 10 pulls that are always at 0.8%. And then that 8% chance, if you do pull a 6-star, will not count against you for pity. It won't reset your pity. Oh, okay, yes. Yes. But yeah, if you guys generally like the advice and stuff, as far as general advice that I release based on stuff coming out in the game or, you know, some tips, tricks, whatever that people may or may not know, I do make videos on that frequently if you want to follow me on whatever associated platforms you use for watching short form video content. Obviously I stream. You can ask me questions while I'm live. And then I also have a Discord. If you want to join that Discord, I am available. You can ask questions specifically for Endfield in the gacha gaming section. And in that gacha gaming section, I tend to be pretty active if people are asking questions, whenever I'm not live, obviously. Do you use the Penguin or John Enfield? I use John Enfield. I am John Enfield. Am I foolish? I feel like I've just completely forgotten. There it is. Lovely. What games do you plan on streaming after you finish with all the Enfield stuff? Well, as of right now, someone just told me about something called Neverness to Everness or something of that sort. Which it sounds like gacha GTA. That sounds fun whenever that comes out. Other than that, there's a few other things. Destiny Rising might have new content. I'm not sure if I'll pop into it. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't look like it's new story content, so if they're not releasing anything that's new, like, to play, then I probably won't do that. I know Dead by Daylight has a bunch of new stuff they've done recently. In terms of, like, releasing certain character stuff. So I could go for that. It kind of just depends. Of course, though, I'll have, like, what's the right word? I'll pull on, like, Rossi's banner. Like, on the day of Rossi's banner, I'll probably, use my dossier and stuff. And then if I don't get that, then I might pull on the weapon banner after, depending on what I get. Go through her training, look at her kit, all that stuff. Would I love to get her by spending no pulls? Absolutely. Do I think that will happen? Absolutely not.
Hey.
I do not bet on luck ever. So, I assume that I will not get her. NT looks so fun, I'm waiting for it to release. Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing. Where I had heard the name, but I didn't know, like, what it was, really. So I asked about it. Because someone brought it up, and someone asked if I was going to play it. If I was going to stream it. In the chat. And so I was like, well, what is it? Grab Bertomuck. Gotta love not doing the quest the right way. What do you mean? The quest is always done the right way. As long as the quest is completed, it's done the right way. Alrighty. Water's not drained fully, and I'm picking up the quest notes before they should be, and I'm getting past the puzzle not the right way. I mean, it happens. This is the way. No. Jeez. I almost accidentally spent a bunch of ore geometry on what would be effectively nothing. Speaking of which, do your best to hold on to your ore geometry. Even if it looks like it's nice, because it can turn into like a bunch, like some pulls. I've heard it's used for cosmetics. Are you going to pull for Rossi? Kind of. I'm going to pull in the dossier. I'm going to use the expiring pulls. I might push it to urgent recruitment. It depends on what pulls I get, and it depends on when Fengi comes out. As well as what the 1.2 characters look like. I really like Rossi as a character. What do you mean outfits? So the original Arknights has outfits that you buy for ore geometry. And since ore geometry barely turns into any ore barrel in this game, I intend on saving it for that, if that ever happens. I would assume they're going to do it, because it's a way to get people to spend money. Beyond, like, you know, just pulling for characters. I just don't want to spend money on it. So I'd rather save up the ore geometry. Because as far as I'm aware, ore geometry is the premium currency. Like, they're not going to have another one. It's ore geometry or it's nothing, pretty much. So I'd rather just wait and save. Now, if I have to do it to pull, like, Fengi, for example, then I'm willing to, you know, make sacrifices. But I'm going to do my best to save that stuff. Almost messed myself up with the paid ores, but I was able to get more. Gotcha. Yeah, because they're used for the pass, too. That's another thing. Look at this. Yep, there we go. 24.
Behave, Frosty Bitey!
Without money? Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, let me think of what else I'm supposed to be doing right now. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Environmental monitoring. Let's look at a photo of one of these guys. I have 23 right now with the battle pass. Gotcha. I have... Let me check. I have 116. Which, I will note, 116 is like a decent amount, but it's not like a ton. Be just normal. Yeah, but the one over here isn't. What's... Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. What does the sky pole even do? I spent a lot on pole spare. Yeah, it's like I understand people spending on poles. I just was trying to be like, yeah, just so you know, it's not super worth it. Did get Tangtang, that's good. As long as you feel like it was worth it, then that's good. It just isn't to me. Not yet, at least. Obviously, when it comes down to it, if it's getting Fangy or saving or geometry, then I'm going to be getting Fangy. Just is what it is. Just because I got her around the... from the 50-50? Gotcha. Okay. Are they going to uncap authority? Is authority capped? Oh, is it capped at 60? Yeah, it is. I have no idea. I mean, it looks like they clearly have more levels later. Let me... I'm like 54 now. I'm 59. I'm going to sell some materials, I think, right? I mean, yeah, why not? How long have you been 59? I don't know. It's a few days, a week maybe? Or a little bit. There's not really a lot of things to, like, majorly increase my XP, so. Nice, 1 million. Just under. I don't have anything I can do to increase their stuff, by the way. Any ideas on what third permanent game mode is going to be? It'd be really funny if they did an actual tower defense game mode. I don't think I'd enjoy it a ton, but it would be funny. I'm trying to think. I feel like it'd be pretty likely for it to be some kind of... I don't really know, because I feel like if they release a new permanent game mode, it being some kind of challenge mode that refreshes is like a pretty par for the course gacha thing, but I'd want it to be a unique challenge that still gives like the, you know, consistent ore barrel in this case. I'm back, welcome back. But yeah, as far as knowing ahead of time what the new game mode is going to be or anything like that, I don't really have any idea. Alright, gamers, I've got this. Now I have a lot of these. Those. Let me
Frosty
look
Bitey.
at gear real quick.
Contemplation,
Or-
computation, utterance.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to increase the intellect on this girl. Fair amount. It's not like she's the only one who can use this gear, so I don't mind making extra. Alright. Intellect. Same with this. Hey, do you have access to new levels of Umbral Monument? Not yet. We get those in a bit. But right now, we are waiting. When it's dropping, by the way, it still hasn't dropped for me yet. I think in the next hour or two. I believe it was supposed to be noon Eastern Standard today. So it should be in the next hour and 6 minutes. I'm just doing a little bit of preliminary, like, preparation. Basically. Alrighty. Got all this stuff. Got extra. For now, you're just watching me upgrade gear in... I mean, not really preparation for the Umbral Monument, but just make myself stronger. Which will affect how I perform during it, I imagine. I don't know. I heard this is the hardest one yet, but I intentionally know nothing about it, so... I wouldn't be able to provide any assistance until I've gone through the stuff myself. As you can see, even if you abuse good match, there are still times when you push pretty precariously close to, or you sometimes even hit the artificing pity. Yes, here, let me look at her.
Contemplation, computation, utterance,
Yeah, alright.
abandonment. And with my prayers, I shall also lift up those who
Hit pity
have
way too
gone
much. That's
astray.
unfortunate. I need to do artificing for the rest of Lavatane's team. I've only done hers. Yeah, I'm trying to just get Jahi's intellect up to increase the damage bonus she provides. That's the main thing I'm doing. Obviously, her ultimate efficiency should be good too, but she already gets her ultimate really, really fast. So, I'm not too worried about that. Birdo's doing
offer
quite nicely
today's
for herself.
dialogue and contemplation to your...
Yeah, you keep telling me about all this scanning results and stuff. Oh yes, there's plenty of people in here that weren't in here earlier, so allow me to show you something fun. I set up pulse width modulation. But it's a bit different from how it is for most things. Most things use a very specifically set up system. This one, I used a website that helped to calculate like what specifically I needed. And the way that I set it up is on my main factory, I just have a normal thermal bank that's constantly receiving energy. Then I took the leftover, and now this thermal bank right here produces slightly more power than the amount that I need for the leftover. Now this is of course just in case I have to turn on more stuff because I have some devices that are off on my main base. Or it's for if I have to, what do you call it? If like just any kind of problems go on. Because normally a pulse width modulator in Endfield, the standard design everyone's using, that one's actually kind of got a negative to it, that when you're using it, over time, that one causes you to dip below your power usage, and it shuts off your factory every so often, from what I've understood. Every like 20 minutes or so, your factory will turn off, which stops production, obviously. And it clogs things up, and it messes a lot of stuff up, depending on what you're doing. So, mine produces just slightly more power than I need in order to prevent that from happening. How many batteries are you producing? I'm producing 12 batteries per minute. And I'm using 2 to power the whole thing, the whole factory. So I produce 12 and use 2. I also produce 6 Yasin Syringe A and 3 Yasin Syringe C. Though, for my syringes, it's kind of an ebb and flow because it technically does make that amount, but it makes that amount more sporadically. These syringes, it'll always make the max. But for this, like right now, there's about to be a time in which I do this, and I turn off this one. There we go. So now it'll slow down on making these. Use the website DIG. Yes. I used that one. I found it to work way better for me than the other one. It also seemed like it was much more consistent, which is something I value. I'll make a guide better going over what I did. And I'll put it up like tomorrow or later today or something. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, so what'll happen is my power's gonna drop to like 24-ish%, and then the battery pops in, because 1 in every like 81 batteries makes it to my thermal bank, so that's just enough time for my power to not go out and for it to completely fill my power. This way there is no stuff. How bad is production for new bats? I don't know if it's bad. I mean, it's a little complicated. This is what it looks like. It's the same as the old batteries, in that you take a bunch of the originium dust, but this new material, which is used for the new batteries, is made from reactor crucibles using sewage. Yeah, so As far as I'm aware, we should be good. At least for now. There we go. I'll ask him because I have 3 banks of olds and it's supplying my base just fine. And that's fine. If you can like max out your supply and stuff with the old ones, then it's fine. I don't see why you would absolutely need the new ones. I just like building the new stuff. I'll see you in a bit. Alrighty. I'm only midway through the stream, so I should be good for the next couple hours at least. Yeah, so here, let's make sure. Yep, so none of this yet. We will get more of it. Yep, so it's in 1 hour. Alright. Oh, you know what, gamers? I should go into F2P salvage in the new zone and look for the chests. That's something I should do.
I shall pray for you, Administrator.
Fair. Give me a second. Is there a new zone for this? Yes. As of the patch.
Something ain't right.
Be extra careful. That enemy looks really dangerous.
Go. Chest in here. No? Alright.
Hey.
Okay. Hello, when better matters. Nice to see you. Currently just looking through. There we go. Knew there'd be something down here. Where's this? Oh, is this? Yeah, yeah, okay. Nice. Okay. More chests. Lots more chests. Nice. There. Okay, so that's a huge bit of chests.
Maybe I'm hearing things.
The maps don't really show this area very well, so I kind of have to just figure it out myself. I can't guarantee whether or not I've grabbed every chest.
Who's the wise guy looking for fight?
I wish you the best of fortune.
Oh, whoops. Is there like a way I can wrap around this, or no? Okay. Ah, found it.
Eyeballs sharp. There's shiny stuff around. Let's go check it out. Hey.
A wayward fallen one roams nearby. My staff shall grieve for them.
All right. Even more stuff.
Hey.
Lovely.
As is always. Which is tougher? Let's start breaking.
Now I'm reaching a point where I'm pretty sure I've grabbed everything. Because I've ran through this area a lot.
This is weird. Wherever we breakers go, the blood shall flow. What's for dinner? Did someone run away? Time for spearfishing. I see you. Strange.
Okay. Shut up, Louisville? What?
Who's the wise guy? That's Bridget. Opening spotted. Watch your hands, don't get hurt. Under the gun years go some serious skills. Hey,
My heart rejoices for
pretty
you.
energized. Victory is ours.
Is that the unknown name of
Time
that
for a
specific
selfie.
landbreaker? You just gonna name drop him like that?
Hey.
Wild. Outing him in front of all of his boys. Wow, none of these are the legendary? That's crazy. Okay, there's one. Legitimately just one. Cool. Alright. Crazy RNG. spots to hide in here. Nope. Okay. I believe I've grabbed every single one then. That's all chests. And let's take a look at what my... what would you call it? I forget what the name of it is. Funnily enough. Oh, sorry, my ore barrel. Let's look what my ore barrel's at. Nice. Alright. So I'm at almost 50 pulls. Just from that, by the way. Because I have another 11 in just tickets. So that means that I can put out at around 70 pulls right now. For a character. Because they always have the 10 expiring pulls.
I'm really sorry. I thought it already broke. Got any insider news? What?
Ooh, wow, okay. There's a lot. Big acceleration. Big acceleration. What was I looking for? Ah, yes, that's what it is. It's time to do our deliveries, gamers. We, the administrator, by the way, CEO, creator, the visionary behind Endfield Industries. We are, we love doing deliveries ourselves, right? Favorite pastime. I genuinely do wonder, though, what the reasoning is. No, no, not really. What do you mean? Isn't this like peak? This is exactly what you imagine when you think of like what CEOs do, right? Like this is how they get the big bucks. This is how they make the money. Nothing else. They don't need to do anything else at all. This is exactly what they need to do. In fact, it's to such an extent that there's no point in even like having other operators for this. You know? Oh yeah, because I can't completely pull it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. For some reason I was thrown off by it saying medium, and then I was like, wait, it's because that's the max in this place. Yeah. Once I've handled all of my own deliveries, which I'm not going to manually deliver the Valley 4 ones, then there's that. I have started to record for my zipline video. I will continue recording, and I will edit it, and I will try my best to post it tomorrow. Of course, time is not something I have an infinite amount of. And this is a hobby, so if something else comes up, then I might postpone it, but I try my best.
Rusty spear, rusty tie, pouches of powder, duck and white, fiddly blind, chief on hide.
Ponhan's been doing that more recently. Ever since I specifically paid attention to it and called it out. I wish I had a button to just automatically put this, in, like, the transfer. How'd you get over the pillars? What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know what you mean. How'd you get over the pillars for ziplines? Moment.
I am definitely not ignoring the errors. I am simply in need of rest. Well then, let us reboot this process once more.
Alright, gamers, something a bit urgent came up, so I'm back. I handled it, we're good. Welcome back me? I don't know. Yes, okay, so, Terex, you asked about the zipline going over pillars. Obviously you can go through your own structures for the most part. There's some situations where you can't, but like, you know, your hitbox is a little bit wonky on this thing. For example, I just went through this tree. It's based on the line between the zip lines. So in this case, the line fits between these things. And then also, the line goes over all of these. The line is high enough that it completely ignores these. Have any insects for me? I could... Slugs are insects, right? I could get a slug for you.
Rusty spear, rusty tie.
Is a slug an insect?
Powder, duck white, fiddly
No, not really, right? They're not really bugs. Well, here is a slug, just for fun, I guess. But insects-wise, I could... I know there's insects somewhere around here. There's glow bugs somewhere, or scorch bugs. I have to find them.
Hey.
Ooh, actually, I know exactly where there's insects. Let me take you over here. And I'm gonna jump down and I'm gonna show you insects. They are, I believe they're similar to like fireflies. These guys. But as far as ones I can physically interact with, they're gonna be right over here.
Hey.
So you go around. Jump down. Boom. There you go. It's these guys. These are glow bugs. And another slug too. So yeah, there's glow bugs. Which they are right here. They're a small flying Orignia bug. Hopefully that has satisfied your want for insects. Just a bug. Welcome back into the stream.
Hey.
Alright, gamers. Oh yes. Wait. What's I doing? Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, transfer. Now, I can take jobs that others have transferred and complete them. I hope you guys are ready. This is the most extreme, the most advanced, the most insane gameplay for Arknights Endfield you will ever see. You see that the tech here is to start spamming your left click when it says 1 second to refresh, so that you get like a frame perfect refresh, right? Because if you don't do that, it takes like 30 minutes longer to do this, because you have to click this at least 150 times in order to get all of the ones you want. So absolutely necessary strats, absolutely necessary tactics in order to get as many Wuling stock bills as possible, so that we can fully benefit from everything that this game has to offer. I already gave up doing this. Yes, alright, you mentioned Rip the Factory. Here, if this doesn't give me a thing, alright. Yeah, alright. So now, I have a reason to show you. You want to see something fun? I have a pulse width modulator now, built into the factory. It's right here. Or rather, it's a not necessarily a pulse width modulator, but it's based on the system that they did, I believe. Well, it is kind of. I mean, it is, because the pulse that's being modulated is the power. So it's just trying to what do you call it? It's just a tactic to control the power that's being delivered. But as you can see, it averages out perfectly. It's the ideal setup. Bro, what the fuck is this genius idea? I mean, it's not really my idea, but I did find a way to make it, like, I found a way that, like, it's like an online calculator and website that makes it a lot better for you. And it basically just fucking makes the batteries take forever to get to the thermal bank. And that way, you end up with, you know, just a slightly slower process. Very nice. It's very nice. Very good at conserving my power. But yes, so it took me from because I make, let's see, my yield for batteries is 12 per minute, and my usage used to be 3 per minute, and is now down to 2 per minute. It's probably 2 and some change, but still, it's significantly less usage than I used to have. And because of that, I am very, very easily stockpiling materials. Since I have 3 sources of income right now, and all 3 sources are relatively, like, valuable. And then I can also just consistently stockpile them all. So whenever we get more Wuling area, I'm going to be able to completely crush this, I think. I'm going to easily be able to max out my prosperity. Since I'm investing in so much on Team 2 gear, I have to transfer more batteries from Valley 4 for 2 gear machines. Gotcha. That's interesting. You are, yeah, you must be making, or like you must be using a lot of gear. Because I'm using all of my catalysts for gear upgrades.
Offer today's dialogue.
And I'm still fine.
Ciao.
You probably have been storing up more catalysts than me or something. I would assume.
Contemplation. Contemplation.
Because the only characters I went kind of hard on for gear was the girl Shaihi here for her intellect. I just wanted to increase her intellect as much as I could. then obviously Yvonne, and then a little bit of Tangtang, as you can see. She's got like generally some nice stuff, some nice upgrade stuff. Alberta could probably use some, I'd imagine. Then again, I don't really know. I know Yvonne, she's so strong. Mine is, at least. She feels very strong. Yeah, here we are. The power is strong. It is a lovely little balancing act. Let me fully understand real quick. Oh yes. More depot time. Let's go. I got a job.
I hear the bamboo water chimes.
What is your take to the new Umbral monument? It hasn't come out yet. It's only come out on the Asia servers. So, it comes out in about 20 minutes on the US servers, so I will be able to do it then.
I hear the bamboo water chimes.
I didn't know that it was in Asia. Yes. Yeah, those who play on the Asia servers, or those who, of course, like live in Asia, obviously, because then you'd be playing on the Asia servers. You get things a little bit earlier than people in Europe and the US, or at least people who play on those servers. So it might not only be people in Europe and the US; they just might play on those servers for whatever reason. I personally play on those servers, so I end up, you know, having to wait a little bit longer than some do for certain updates and stuff. I believe the actual updates for like banner releases and stuff though are always the same time, because it's like major updates. At least I'm pretty sure.
No slacking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that I just grabbed, by the way. That's why I didn't touch it. Do you have strategy in mind, or you just go with the flow and Umbral Monument? It depends. I usually go with the flow until going with the flow stops working. And once going with the flow stops working, then I start to think of strategy stuff. Because when you are, you know, when you're trying to do a difficult activity, it can be nice to just think of what to come up with, but sometimes it's not difficult enough for me to need to do that at all. I will probably go with just running through the basic version of every mode first, and then I'm gonna, I don't know, it's like, it's this weird thing where I don't know if I want to like challenge myself or go all out from the start, you know what I mean? Like, do I want to try and like actually, you know, do rotations and stuff, or do I just want to, you know, fully wing it? Because I'm obviously gonna wing it in terms of strategy, but yeah, it's hard to know. People said this one's hard, so that's, you know, that's made me a little bit, I don't know if excited is the word, but it's like, it's, you know, I'm like, oh cool, this is going to be difficult. People will have a tough time with this. I wonder if it'll be as tough as people found the deep dives, because I'll be honest, for me, I found the deep dives a bit tough, and then I used food buffs and upgraded my characters a little bit, and then the deep dives became very, very easy. Even the trimmed medals were a lot easier than I thought they would be to get once I started using like actual rotations and stuff. So I'll see how difficult Umbral Monument is. Just Yvonne solo, bro. That sounds actually terrible though. Because I don't know if you guys know this about Yvonne, but Yvonne can't apply solidification by herself. So she can't trigger her own combo. She also can't trigger her own ult generation. And she also can't trigger her enhanced battle skill alone. Estella actually carrying this new Umbral, that's really funny. Don't spoil anything about it, but it is funny to hear that Estella's carrying. How many teams have you already formed? I've made 2 teams. I've made a Lavatane team and an Yvonne team. And then there's a bunch of units, like supports, that I got up to level 70 to change into the teams. But the main supports in the teams are max upgraded. They're not max level, but they're max like upgraded. Like they can hit level 90 if I put the materials in. No, it's definitely not a good idea. Yeah, Yvonne solo is actually like probably one of the worst DPSs to solo. At least with like Last Rite, she can generate her own stuff, and same with Lavatane. But of the like popular main DPSs right now, Yvonne is definitely the worst one to try to solo content with. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's just not going to be fun because you can't do anything with her. Like you're literally just playing the game to dodge until she gets her ult, and then using her ult, and then continuing to do that until you beat the encounter. That's all it is. It's very doable because you can dodge pretty much anything in this game. Like you can dodge just about anything. So it's very doable to play like that, but the power of NA to victory, bruh. What am I doing? Oh yes, I need more deliveries. List of delivery jobs. That you're already, yeah, okay. John Enfield, delivery driver. Your Uber Eats. Or I guess Uber Factory. Would that be what it is? Or Factory Eats. delivering all kinds of random materials and stuff. I mean, most of what I deliver is just plant dust. Just healing powder, I guess. It's the Yazen healing stuff. Well, my job transfer is always empty. It comes from your friends, I think. Oh, wait. It's not the... It should be, if your job transfer is always empty, it's because people are sending it out, or because you haven't put any jobs into transfer. Because that panel I was in is not the job transfer panel. That's the, like, people looking for delivery. List of delivery jobs is where I was just now. Jobs I transferred is this. And that you have to put in yourself. It's funny that they made an underrated character carrying Umbrals. It is. I would like to ask a question to my, if there's any Snowshine enjoyers. Are Snowshine, like, parry setups, like, legitimately useful? Do they serve a purpose, or is it just fun? Like, if you get really good at parrying enemies, will you get to a point to where you are able to really take advantage of it in combat, or... Because I did the medal for parrying something with Snowshine earlier, for parrying an Axorn charge, and I thought that was fun. So I was like, I wonder if I want to integrate her into a team or something. I mean, it's SP positive for Yvonne. I imagine it's SP positive. I don't really have too much of an SP problem, especially with Tangtang. I just don't know if it's like, does it... Let me see. Does she provide like a damage bonus that's substantial?
Visibility's good.
Is it just for support? Does it throw the boss off or deal any crazy damage? So like this applies cryo infliction, which is not bad. And do you have to control Snowshine to benefit from the parry? Well, this is Umbral Monument. They will surely can't solo it, just saying. I'm gonna be real with you. I would not be surprised if someone who maxed out a character could solo Umbral Monument. I would not be surprised at all if someone was able to do that. You can use your Knight on her, and Shahi can use a max an int max set. I see. And thank you for the follow, Heavy as Requiemed. Welcome in. You are now a pixie by force. Did the new Umbrella Monument drop yet? The new Umbrella Monument, I don't know what that event might be, but the new Umbral Monument drops in about 10 minutes. Her combo's only HP treatment. Okay, that's kind of rough. Oh, this is not bad, though. The big ol' zone solidification. This could be nice. I could see that. Yeah, okay, she doesn't look bad. And then, like I asked, sorry, I meant Umbral. It's fine, I don't mind. I just thought it was a little silly, so I poked a little fun at you. Her parry does not need her to be the controlled unit. Cool, that's good enough. Alright. The mobs in the first Umbral Monument surely can't solo. It can one-hit an operator. Just dodge. What do you mean? If you're soloing it and you dodge, nothing can hit you. Right, guys? Hello, fellow Enfielder. Hello, fellow Enfielder. We are discussing. I'm discussing with all of the chats. Nah, I can't dodge. You can't dodge it. I don't intend on spoiling. Or I don't intend on being spoiled. I haven't done the Umbral Monument, just so you know. It doesn't release yet on US, EU servers. Don't want to spoil? That's fine. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out whatever the fuck is going on. I'm going in with my team. when this Umbral Monument drops, which should be in just about 10 minutes. But first, let's look at some things that we can go through. So as far as how many medals are in the game, gamers? Because I have, let me see. So I have 333 files, which should be every file in the game. I have all the operators in the game, I think. All I'm gonna say is good luck. Alrighty. The electricity is running out? Yeah, it's fine. I have a thing set up for that. It'll intentionally run out a little bit and then it'll fill itself back up. But yes, I have 81 medals. Gah, I've not beat any of the bosses within the time limit. Oh, mouse for the trimmed? That makes sense, that's fine. It took me a while. Well, 2 of them took me a little bit. They took like some actual concentrated effort of like learning rotations and trying to, you know, deal as much damage as possible in the time limit. Yeah, but I'm trying, haha, yes. Understandable. Yes, alright, so as far as I can tell, there's not any other medals. I have like 65 medals. Gotcha, okay. I cannot tell if there are more medals than that, because if there are, then they're hidden, and I don't know of them. So, if anyone knows of more medals than that, there should be 82 max in the game. If there's more than 82, there's medals I don't know about. Because one of those medals is for Searing Mark. So... Marble Anglemore is the hardest time race for me. Understandable. Yeah. It's just, it does a ton of damage if you try to brute force it. And then if you try to play it safe, that time limiter is like really, really restrictive. The limited amount of time you have is very rough. Okay. What else do we have here as a thing that I can do for some funsies? Oh yeah, okay. First, let's deal with this. I have almost all the catalysts for the week. I really don't personally focus on those medals. I just am trying to do everything, really. Like, it's the same reason why, like, the lore I thought for the game was really cool, so I wanted to collect all the files, and so I collected them, and then whenever I'd find one live on stream, I'd read it out for everyone. I learned that medals could be made like super rainbow and shiny and cool, so I did those. Because I really like how these medals look. These are my favorite looking medals in the game so far, because of this little glowing crown. But I do also really like these. I plan on probably removing this medal and then replacing it with the Searing Mark shiny when I get it. I don't want this sentimentalist mode. I don't know what that means. What's this pinky achievement? What pinky achievement? I want Mifu. Mifu would be great. How do you get the glowing crown thing? So the glowing crown thing, this one is for reaching 100 trust with 20 operators. This one, I believe, is for gaining 20 operators, and then this one is for gaining 40 weapons. I think these are just upgraded medals. It's medals that are upgraded. So this one is technically the hardest one, I guess, because you normally wouldn't think to do the trust. My Dijon is a little insane. Here, let me show you. So first of all, I have 23 operators. I have every operator that's released, as far as I'm aware, except for Ember. Ember is the only one I don't have. I will get her eventually. For now, she must wait off in the void. She has not come home. So...
I'm really sorry.
I maxed all of their trust out. Tangtang is at 185%. Every other character is at 200%. I've got 200% on every other operator in my Dijon.
the pressure valve.
Baller.
Maybe we should add a suite of
Yeah, so there is that. I just need Umbral and I will have all, or I just need Ember and I will have all characters. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm a very lucky free-to-play player, in my opinion, because I lost 50/50s and gained limited characters. Like, I got Yvonne by losing a 50/50. What's the benefit of 200% trust? The character, if I recall correctly, 200% trust affects mostly things on Dejong. I think it affects the gifts they give you. Like, for example, I get almost all legendary gifts, like gold gifts, gold tier, from the characters. It also affects things like the character files you can read on them, like the lore you can access. And it affects how they treat you. That's what it says. So I assume their dialogue becomes warmer the higher their trust is. Ember out there or somewhere in the distance of the mountain, I guess? Yes. She's off on some mountain, looking at Dejong from afar. She wants to enter, but, you know, her drop pod has not arrived yet.
Got time for a nice dinner on Saturday.
Yeah, 200% trust provides those kinds of benefits. I was very lucky. I have Pog potential 4. That's insane. How many times are they gifting you in a day? Like 5 or 6, I think, times? Only 3 have gifts at a time, though. So, like, 3 will have a gift. You can come and grab it. And then you can come back, like, a couple hours later. Or a little bit later. And then 2 to 3 more will have gifts. If I remember right. At least that's what happens to me, usually. Ember still has trust issues. Indeed, indeed. I don't really know much about her as a character. I want more standard character story stuff, if I'm being honest. 3 times per operator? Oh, you mean like how many gifts do they give you? Like, so 5 or 6 operators every day, randomly picked, will give you gifts. Each of them will give you a few items. For example, I got 5 ginseng meat stew once. From, I think, like, Catcher or something. He just gave me 5 meat stew. Of, like, the best food item in the game. Easy clap.
Just 2 jumps.
So, at least from my perspective, we got some, you know, some good stuff. Alright, but... Oh yeah, you know what? Let's see how it all looks in my thing. So you need to summon them one by one to see who got the gift? No. You can look here, and it shows up here. If they have a gift for you, it shows in the icon here, so you just have to click on them and summon them. And you can summon 3 at a time, by the way, at this.
I heard yesterday just released a pretty neat weapon suite.
I should actually note that down. Get everything I want now. I'm focused on building Japan. Fair enough. But yeah, you can summon up to 3 at a time. He's the GOAT. Japan is great. I love him. Yeah, so here I've got my slides, which P1 Yvonne, P1 Last Right, P1 Gilberta. I've got the sick Wolfguard art and the sick Shahi art, which is all great. My wall of characters, all 200% trust. I've got a P1 Yvonne, and then the Gilberta and Last Right, of course, and then I have Lavatane, Tangtang, and Pog. Pog is a vibe. Oh, these medals look so nice in this lighting. That is very nice. I didn't know the rainbow ones looked like that. Cool. They reflect really well. Weapons-wise, I have 2 things of Clanable. And I've got my other 6 stars. Pole arms. I only put the 6 stars. I could probably put this one just because it looks cool. Yeah, that works. And then great swords, I have 2 Sundered Princes and an Exemplar. And for swords, I have Lavatane's sword as well as one called White Knight Nova, but I don't really know what White Knight Nova is for. And then for arts units, I have a lot of arts units. I have 5 of them. And they're all different too. They're, like, there's no copies here. These are all just different arts units. The only one I didn't put on there is Dreams of Story Beach, because that one everyone has. That's hella lucky. Yeah, I've got a ton of different weapons. So. Yes. Alright, gamers. From what I understand, we should be at a point where Umbral Monument is updating. Pretty sure it's for Arknight, maybe. I don't know why it wouldn't be yet, though. From what I saw, it was supposed to be at noon today. And it will update mid-game, by the way. Like, it'll change mid-game. It won't kick me out or anything. At least if I'm operating off of this properly. Let me see. Yo, welcome in, Ren. What's up? Try to solo it just for fun? I'm not gonna solo it just for fun. I'm gonna try to complete it just for fun. It's wild behavior. Let me see. So it says March 26th at noon server time, which noon server time, according to this, is UTC -5. So it should actually already have been open, technically. So I'm wondering what's going on. Do I have to do... There was nothing that had to be done to unlock this, correct?
Hey, I got something new for you. Operator Zai, he talked to the toaster again. We spent all our plans.
Excuse me? Did someone just say Operator Jaihi talked to the toaster again? Who said that? I feel like it's usually an hour too late. Maybe, but if it's an hour too late, it should already be up, though. Because it was supposed to be at 8 AM today. But yeah, someone just said Jaihi was talking to a toaster. There it is. Talk to the toaster again?
Secret reason for her behavior.
What? I want to see what the other girl says. Is there a reason for this? I'm very curious in this conversation now. I've never heard that voice line either. Say it again.
Hey, I got something new for you. Operator Zai, he talked to the toaster again.
Perhaps there's a secret reason for her behaviors.
Perhaps there's a secret reason for her behaviors. No, she's just crazy. So, Zaihi's just talking to the toaster. What the fuck? Where is she? She should be somewhere over here. Or I guess technically, because I don't have the quest for her anymore, she's probably, like, where she's working. Okay, I'm all ears. Wait, what? Am I the only one that just saw the voice line? She talks to the toaster. That's insane. Zaihi talks to the toaster. Wait, what? I have 2 days right now? What do you mean? For the banner? Yes, 2 days. Yeah. It's technically, it says 3 days. So you've got like, you have like 2 days and some hours probably. Maybe the toaster's an AI, who knows? Find her? Yeah, I'm curious. Do you mention anything about toasters when I talk to you?
As the law permits, so we act. Paradise shall be restored unto this world. Whosoever paveth the path shall cross the forlorn wildlands and attain bliss. For Veritas layeth hidden in enigmas, that the lost may no longer wander, but walk with the noble ones, sharing in an eternal purpose.
Fair enough. Alright. Nothing about toasters. Who does talk to Toaster? It's Zaihi talks to the Toaster. Toaster's code for Endman? I guess. I don't know. Maybe she pretends the Toaster is Endman. She puts the mask on and she's like, alright, John Enfield, hello. Alright, Pangman. Are you going to be pulling for Rossi? Most likely. Not like hard pulling, but I'm gonna pull with my dossier pulls. I'm going to pull with the expiration. It's a rumor. It's a rumor, maybe true. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna do some Rossi pulls. I don't know if I'll do a lot. Just checked. Events usually start at 8 my time, aka after an hour. Well, that's a daylight savings. Affects that kind of stuff. At least this time of year. Depending on where you live. You might get your source from someone who's practicing daylight savings, or you might get your source from someone who isn't and you're practicing it. That'll mess up the times. But from what I'm seeing, the direct translation, even with daylight savings taken into account, it should have, at least according to their Twitter post, it should have gotten, the update should have been today at 7 or 8 a.m. my time, which would have been about 4 hours ago. Maybe 5 hours ago. How do I get pulls? I did everything. Like, I'm cooked, I think? I don't know. If you didn't save enough, then you might be cooked. I've mentioned it time and time again. It's all gambling. If you don't save appropriately and you start pulling, it's all gambling. Like there's so much lore outside the game. I never knew Akakuri's name is Shiba Mumishi. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of info. These are all code names for the most part. Like some operators use their code names as their actual name or the other way around, but for the most part, like the operators are code names. Like I think Yvonne's name is technically different as well.
I guess we haven't been in the same picture together, Endman. How about a selfie? I'm going to add it to Yvonne's annual moments collection. And if it doesn't turn out cute, I'm blaming Dejang's terrible lighting, not my skills.
Right. Well, I'm cooked or not. I'll gamble more and more then. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna like hard pull on Rossi because I do want to guarantee Fangy. And that means I have to save. It means I must save. Even though I really, really like Rossi as a character. She's sick. She's great. But it is unfortunate. What are you doing currently? I'm currently waiting for Umbral Monument. It's supposed to have already started. But it's not for some reason. Unless I'm just incredibly unaware of what's going on. And have somehow severely mixed up some information. But at least from what I'm seeing, the Arknights Endfield account has stated that it's supposed to have been open for a while. Who would Rossi replace in a physical team, Chen? So Rossi's a hybrid unit. So you'd use her in like a heat and physical team kind of thing. Apparently Arknight likes to climb. Oh, interesting. I will skip Rossi because I have a physical team and I don't want to change it. That's fair. Let me try and see. Yeah, it's supposed to have been out a while ago. Straight up. Gonna pull for Rossi. I have no physical team, though. Fair. Let me see. Past hour. No, but today. I just changed everything when I logged in. Fair. I hope we see more characters like Rossi's game style, but work on one element. Well, it seems like we have a lot of characters that do that, kind of. Like, the way that Rossi uses heat is to apply vulnerability is the same as Yvonne
Carve a path for us.
using nature infliction.
Frosty Bitey.
Like, she uses nature infliction to apply solidification. Or the way that Lavatane can use either combustion, or I believe she can use corrosion. Yeah. She can use combustion or corrosion. Rossi is a physical DPS, I heard. I have no idea. I just know she uses heat in order to apply physical debuffs. She absorbs heat to apply vulnerability, for example. At least that's what they said on the stream. Do you also play Zenless? I played it at one point, but I don't know. Those games, it's kind of tough because they have a lot of troubles. Maybe it's the same problem as the emergency sanity where people get it at random times. Maybe them fixing it ruined the Umbral Monument time. I have no idea. I just know it, like, legitimately, it should have been available for a while. Also, the dogs are going insane. I quit CCC like a month ago and will not play until 3.0. That's fair. I don't think there's a problem with waiting for major updates. It's just like, yeah, at least for me, it's some of those games can be tough to get into. I don't really know why.
It's not time for a nice dinner, is it?
They just are.
Just be glad
Ready for someone who can abuse Shatter? Fair enough. My Yvonne team is going to dominate for a long while, for real. That's great. The story is bad right now in Zenless. Yo, I have one question. What's the best armor, not gonna lie, for Jahi? You usually want to run her in a Arknights set, and then your chest piece, you want to be an offset.
I offer today's dialogue and contemplation.
So generally, obviously people are going to have all kinds of builds, whatever, right? But generally, this is your best setup. You run 3-piece of Arknight, max the intellect as high as you can, and then you get a Redeemer armor. Also max the intellect as high as you can. And then you get almost 500 intellect, and you have a full Arknight set. Do we also get the puzzle event? I think that they have a new level of the puzzle event coming, but I don't think it's for a little bit. It's for like a few weeks ago. Yeah, in CCZ? Okay. Gotcha. Let me try... I don't know. Does your name need to be relaunched or something? You know what? I'm gonna try that just in case. I'm gonna see. Here, one moment. Yes, welcome in, potatoes. Let me try and relaunch my game while I play some fine tunes. There you go. Nice music for y'all while I relaunch this. There's no update on the launcher. So it shouldn't need a relaunch. I've played through most updates like this, and I've never needed to relaunch it for them. So, if I do this time, then who knows?
Arknights.
Oh, but now it's doing the Endfield sound and this. 1 second. There you go. I'm sure that was a little confusing. Overstimulation, final boss. Are you updating your game? There's no update for the game. I'm just relaunching it to see if it fixes it. Yeah, nothing, by the way. No changes. So, if there's supposed to be an update that they've released, the update has not come out yet. No quest is available. Hey, what did I miss? Something came up. You've missed me waiting for an update that doesn't exist. Did you reach level 60? Almost. I'm level 59 and some change. I'll probably hit level 60 by the time this, we're so starved for game content, it's crazy. Not really. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm, like, misunderstanding something, but, like, you're not supposed to be constantly playing the game and constantly having content. That doesn't exist in live service games. You play the game. The only games that have, like, quote-unquote infinite content are really just recycling the same thing over and over again. And they're forcing you to constantly grind shit. Which is not, that's not gameplay and it's not content either. If you want to constantly do things, you can constantly optimize the factory, build new things, and all of that if you really want to. But if you don't want to do that, then it's fine to just not play the game. Until new, like, story drops and stuff like that. So far, they've released a pretty large amount of story content for 1.0 and then 1.1. Any other gacha games you play? I've played Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail. I've played Zenless Zone Zero. I think I played Nikke, the Goddess of Victory, because I heard that game, I'm gonna be honest, I judged that game real hard when I first saw ads for it. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, cool, computer game. And then I heard that the story was actually good, and I did play some of it, and it is a bit of a slog to get through, like in terms of taking a lot of time. Not a lot of your time, but more like there's a lot of waiting. But it's actually good for lore. Like, the lore of it is actually interesting. I find it cool. Despite, you know, the very obvious marketing material. There you go. How much did you gamble? Not gonna lie, you got Lavatane, man. I didn't really gamble for Lavatane. Lavatane I got almost immediately. I got Lavatane in 2 pulls. Then I pulled like 70 times on our banner for her weapon. Which, I will say, I'll tell you guys this now, I shouldn't have done that. I didn't know that the weapons banners didn't reset for like 2 extra banners, so I should have pulled on Gilberta's banner. What rating will you give this game out of 10? I'd probably give it like a 8 or a 9 so far. I have complaints that exist. I have complaints that exist. It's just, you know. Yeah, what? Nah, 2? Yeah, 2. Took me 2 pulls. Maybe 3. Maybe it took 3 pulls. Remember how much money? I've spent no money. I'm free to play. What team are you using in Honkai Star Rail? I have played Honkai Star Rail. It's been a minute. I believe I was running Luosha, Blade, Bronya. Fuck, who's the 4th? It was someone who buffed my team. Someone who buffed Blade. I don't remember what specifically they did though. The 4th was a buffer of some kind. Last I remember. And then my other team was something else. You mean you don't have Umbral Monument called Searing Scars? Do I have it now? No. I don't. You still new in Honkai Star Rail? I'm not still new. I played the game when it came out. What I'm saying is it's been a while since I last played. I also do not use new characters. I'm like, you have to understand, I'm stubborn. I build a team, I like the characters in the team, I don't stop using the team until I literally can't. If the team can make it through the content, then I keep the team. That's it. But yeah, I do not have any Umbral Monument. It's already here in Asia servers. I'm aware of that. It's been there in Asia servers. It's supposed to have already been here in US and EU servers, but it's now not working. I don't have Lavatine, Gilberta, Lefang, or Tangtang, but I got Yvonne in the first pull. Nice. I mean, I don't know about running the game on any particular, you know, stuff, but yeah. Not me. I will pull for everyone, but with a serious plan. I say. Yeah, like, I know I have another imaginary team, which is, like, Dr. Ratio and, like, Welt and stuff. Which just slows the enemy... Like, it slows the enemies down and just gives me a ton of turns. Before they can do anything. So I remember that being a thing I ran as well. I'm envious of players who have Gilberta. Understandable. Gilberta's very nice. Bro, I think the Umbral for NA is UTC -5, which is 40 more minutes. Maybe I'm like an idiot. I don't know. Because from what I saw, let me see. It's so the thing is, it's supposed to be the 26th UTC at 12 p.m. -5. That, because that's what they say. It says at 12 server time. They use, if I recall, they use military time. Like they use full time. They don't use like it goes from 0 to 24. That means that 12 is noon, UTC. The American server Europe time zone is UTC -5. So it should be 5 earlier than that. Here, let me properly polish it up. Because it's...
Got any insider news? Come on, don't make it a secret.
I heard Miesco Industries just released a pretty neat weapon suite.
Okay. No, so it is, yes. All right. You are correct. It's 40 more minutes. So That's funny. So Umbral Monument literally drops when I end stream. Right, okay, cool.
Really sorry.
Alright. Alright. Why do they make that shit drop in the middle of the day, by the way? That is something I'm curious about. Is there a reason why they intentionally drop content later in the US and EU servers? Like, is it because it's harder to get it to load over here? Because they don't do that for the banners, I don't think. The time is weird it is. Extend the stream, bro.
Really sorry.
Like, I don't get who designed the schedule. It seems like they don't realize how much people get annoyed at that kind of scheduling. In Asia, they release the events at 12 noon. Well, they do favor Pacific Standard Time, but they don't favor it intentionally. They favor it because it's closer to their own time zone. That's it. I'm in Eastern, so for me, this is like, they're just updating the game in the middle of the day. Or releasing the content in the middle of the day. Which, for real, I do end up, like, I'm aware that I stream at a weird time for my time zone. Most people who stream in my time zone start stream like 6 hours after I end stream. That's just what they do. But I do wonder, like, what is specifically stopping them from releasing the update in both Asia and the US EU server at the same time? Because I don't think people are going to complain about, because I think in Asia, if you release at the same time, it would release at like midnight in the US or something. Something like that. It would release much earlier, or like 3 a.m. or something. I just don't get why they don't do that, because most games do that. That's usually what they do. Or maybe that's not what they usually do, and I just have misunderstood, because this game has a more noticeable difference in the time versus others. I have no idea. Genuinely. I don't know. I don't get why they can't just update all servers at the same time. That's what I don't understand either. I don't know if it's like some bureaucracy type stuff, where it's like, I don't know, there's some kind of weird plan going on, or if it's just they have to work around other companies in the US, maybe, that are causing problems, and that make it take longer. I don't know what the reason is. I didn't complain because I started the event 11 p.m. Philippines time. Fair enough. Well, you already have access to the event. For me, at least as of right now, I'm basically just waiting for this event to drop for an extra, like, I don't know, 30 minutes-ish, I suppose, while I'm doing, as some people called it, the ADHD run around while I'm talking. But I don't know if that's an ADHD thing. I don't think I have that. I think I'm... Well, I know what I am. I did drink some water. It's normal. I would assume it's normal. I see most people do that. But, because you want your hands to do things. Hands must do things. I think they follow other game company patterns, maybe. Well, I'll show you a tour of my factory for now then. In order to make things more efficient, I turned off my refining unit for a bit. This way, my farium, is more noticeable. What? Goodness. Not that one, dumbass. This one. This should be another converter.
Insufficient power output.
Unfortunately, nope. Wait, what happened? If people visit my jungle while I'm there, will I be able to see them? Yeah, no, you can't. Unfortunately, you cannot see them. Alright, yeah, so here's my, my syringe C creating platform thing, I guess. Oh well, multiple elements will get weird. That is true. Yes, I create powder for the batteries. There's my first battery creator. My second one is right over here. It's basically the same setup. Don't mind the floating pipes. They teleport the liquid into the rest. Here's my syringe A. I have other places. By other places, I mean this place right here. This is making more fitting units, which is being deposited directly here for the sake of all kinds of, I don't know, just random BS. Make more syringe fluids, I think, and then that goes into that one. Here is my gear making area, which I use sometimes and don't use other times. I've explained it before, but it uses this refining unit to slowly alternate the materials that are used in order to basically just constantly be switching between packed Riga crust and Krupian parts to consistently make gear components, but it makes each kind, so it makes both of them pretty equally. Pretty equally as in, if I pause the machine while one of them is in it, then it'll fill it up, but it will stabilize after later anyway. Takes a little bit of time, but it will stabilize. Okay, so we have... My Arknight production is very, very simple. It's just this exact machine right here, copy-pasted 4 times. That's it. It's the same thing. It's copy-pasted over and over again. Nothing crazy. I looked up the most compact version of a Forge of the Sky setup that I could find for Arknight, and then I copy and pasted it. The general layout for the factory I got from, I think, a Twitter post. You should be making Kuprium powder for what? What does it do? Future use? What about future use, though? Like, if we don't know what it makes in the future, then, like, why should I be making it? Because I'm currently using all of the Kuprium I make. Like, I'm maximizing my Kuprium usage right now, as you can see. I gain, like, 1 every minute. No, not even, actually. I gain, like, 1 every, like, 5 minutes or something. I gain, like, 100 of these a day in this. So, if there's not a genuine reason for me to need to produce the powder, I'm not going to produce it yet, because I'm using all of it to make, because, like, these parts are something I made and stored up for the future use, and I'm still, you know, using a lot of them. Where do you put the sewage water? So, I do a few things with the sewage water. To an extent, I have some of the sewage just immediately go into a water treatment unit. Like right here. This one goes straight into a reactor crucible, which turns into the, what's it called? It turns into the materials for the batteries. Versus this one goes right into a water treatment unit. And then I believe there's another one. Is it right here? Yeah, this goes into a conduit inlet. This conduit inlet goes over here and is dispensed as sewage water that goes into this crucible to make the zircon fluid, which then makes the zircon material. What zircon production? I make enough zircon production to make 12 batteries per minute.
Hey.
12 batteries per minute. And that is the amount of zircon I make. So I think it's like, what, 120 a minute? It's 10 each, something like that, or 5 each, so 6 a minute. Let me see. No, I make 60 a minute. I make 60. Oh yeah, obviously, because it takes 5 to make each one. Yeah. It takes 5 zircon to make a battery, so I make 60 zircon a minute. Yeah, so, oh yes, for my power stabilizing, I have one battery that's always going in to a thermal bank. So this thermal bank always has the max power from the battery. And then Sky King Flats has only one machine on it. The whole thing, and it's because I ran out of room. I tried to put this down on my main base, and it told me that there were too many machines and I couldn't place anymore. So, because there's a limit to the number of individual machines you can place on a factory. So, this looks complicated. It really isn't. I used a website that helped me to figure out how often this thermal bank could receive batteries to perfectly, or at least near perfectly, suspend my power for long enough that I get like more efficient battery usage. So instead of my factory constantly having like 6k power used, I think it's like 6.4 thousand power or something like that, or I think it's 6.6 because it's the extra 200. So instead of constantly being at 6.6k power and wasting a bunch of power all the time, I instead have it set up so that over time it goes up and down, and then over a longer periods of time you notice that the power usage and the power output level out. I started doing it yesterday. So it creates barely more power, and this is because this is the amount of power that I need if I turn everything on. So if I turn on all of my machines, I need that amount of power. With a little bit of extra. So I have it accounted for me turning every single thing on. That way I do not need to edit it at all until I rebuild the factory. Which I'm not going to rebuild the factory until a new patch comes out that sufficiently messes with whatever I'm doing. So, yeah. The lowest it ever gets to is 24% battery. That way I have sufficient extra stuff. At least while it's like this. If I like, for example, right? Let's say I come over here and I turn this on. It instantly jumps up in power. And then I can go over here. There's machines over there that turn on. There's machines right there that turn on. A lot of them, actually. Hey there, Sticks Bud. Hello, Nez. Welcome in. I'm just going sicko mode factory stuff. Yeah, so that's a general explanation of all this. Oh, this is a machine I also got offline. Or, well, not offline, but like I got off of the internet. You like the name change? It is very interesting. It is an interesting name change indeed. Yeah, yeet Shritas. Okay, that's a wild behavior. This is what endgame on most factory games looks like. Optimize everything to an extent, basically. For me though, I have the motivator of I get to look at Yvonne while I'm doing it, so easy clap. You know, factory games could learn from this. I'm just saying, factory games could learn from this. It's like, oh, you want more people to play and to entertain the idea of the factory game? Okay, yeah, give them something cute to look at. It's the same with, what's the game called? Oxygen Not Included. I don't normally engage with a lot of factory stuff, only factory light stuff, or like optimization in non-factory games. And it's usually because there's an extra little goal. Of like in Minecraft, it can be like to look at my cute little animals and like my pets and like stuff like that. Or to play with the peoples in multiplayer. In Don't Starve Together, it can be like, you know, looking at my cute little character. What if you decide to build in your sub pack? I've only built one thing on my sub pack. And it's the power modulator. Pulse width modulator. Yes, we were jamming. But yes. So, oh yes. So I basically took this design that someone did, where they used this refining unit to both make dense Origicrust powder, and to then re-put the dense Origicrust powder in to get packed Origicrust. Why are you going back and forth? Because I like to run back and forth. It's what I do. It must be done. Yes, cute cats, cute cats. Howdying. But yes, so it all goes in here, and then it alternates, because the packed Origicrust is made slower. Wire belt Kirby. It's just to make it slower. And to take up more space. This is what they did on their stuff. So instead of making it completely straight and fast, they made it intentionally take longer. Let's go first. But yeah, I don't think it serves like a crazy purpose or anything. Looking at the engineer in Factorio for hundreds of hours made me install a mod to change their model to an anime girl. Exactly, it works. Oh yes, but an interesting thing about this design, I don't know if they ran into the problem, the original creator of this setup, but I ran into the problem. When you do this, and it's constantly taking in packed Origicrust and packed Cuprium parts, or sorry, not packed Cuprium parts, just normal Cuprium parts. Eventually, the Gironite hits 0. And when the Gironite hits 0, it just takes both the packed Origicrust and the Cuprium parts at the same time and clogs the machine. I solved this by having 2 inputs for Gironite. Because 1 input for Gironite led to that problem. Ever since I started using 2, never ran into the problem again. So, that's the only thing I changed. And this, keep in mind, it kept that problem if I had 1 going in, even if I already put a stack of 50 Gironite in, meaning that it's just using more Gironite than could be placed by 1. Even though it's technically 10 of each, I assume it's just slightly faster, because it wasn't fast enough for me to notice while looking at it. But if I got off for the night, for example, and I came back, it would be clogged. So it's either only fast enough when the server's like offline, like when your factory's offline and it's doing automatic calculation and all that. So yeah, all of that. But yeah, this is the best setup I can think of for gear. I can't think of anything better. For me personally. Other people have 2 things, like 1 making each component, which is fine. If you're not as worried, or if you have a stockpile of materials, then I think there's no issue with that. So yeah. Balling. Okay. What's happened here? Oh, someone used my, or someone did my, power or whatever thing. Power plant, Iridium power plant thing. Yeah. Let's see, what do I get here? The gifts don't really matter. I guess I will take some of these. The engravings and stuff. Alright, and then very soon, I will extend the stream for today. Fine. Because this stupid update happens right as I end stream. But I will do the Umbral Monument for today, and then I will end. Is what I will do. But then I will have to immediately work on things when I'm done. So we will vibe until then. Yes, the pumpkin salute and pumpkin jam. We love to see it. Let me see. Okay, do I wait? Oh, I guess I could. Yeah. I don't really know on that front. I know. When it comes to all of this stuff.
Behave, Frosty.
Oh, you know what? I can do a little bit more on this.
Computation, utterance, abandonment.
I wonder what the specific words there mean. Or rather, I wonder like what the intent is.
I offer today's style.
Behave, Frosty.
Yvonne's fully maxed. Like, genuinely, I can technically upgrade this. It doesn't do anything. She doesn't use will, so it won't affect her at all.
I offer today's dialogue and contemplation to your terminal in reverence.
Her ult charge is fine. I could probably just upgrade her, yeah. I'll upgrade some of Gilberto stuff. Let's first look at the things she needs upgrading and look at what could help with it. Nothing will help with that. This stuff will help with this one, though. Okay, cool. Were there always pearls on Jahi's hand? I never noticed. I think it's a rosary.
Behave, Frosty Bite.
I offer today's dialogue.
Yeah, this is a rosary.
To your terminal in reverence.
I think. Or something of a similar vibe. Like, it's supposed to look like a rosary, I think. If you've ever seen, like, those, you know, it's like a necklace with, like, a religious symbol on it. And it's usually attached to beads or pearls. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And I think it's just attached to her ring. I don't know what religious symbol her ring might be, if it is one. She is dressed kind of like a nun, and she is talking about like Veritas and like enlightenment and stuff. So I would assume something related to that. Yeah, I swear there wasn't a rosary on her hand before. I don't think I have the proper reference to tell you that that's true or not true. I want to check her profile.
I offer today's dialogue and contemplation.
Oh yeah, she's part of the Cabal, right? Yeah, she's part of the Cabal of Tranquility. So she is part of a like religious organization, as far as I'm aware. And her name is Seraphine Jahi. Alrighty. I'm having a Monopoly Man monocle moment? Sure. This girl talking to a toaster. Trust me, bro. I know. She is. They're tech nuns. And they talk to toasters. So. Yes. Let me just assemble a ton of this. Alrighty, let me. Let's go as best as I can. Bolt efficiency is always nice. Let's go. I wish Warhammer Tech Priests. My gosh. Alrighty. Where is she? There she is. Maybe she sees appliances the way Arclight views nature. Maybe. I know they do look a lot of research into sentient technology. So I would not be surprised if she thought toasters were sentient. Nice. What about this? Okay. I'll leave that alone for now, just in case I need more of that stuff. And welcome in, Inkarine? Ryan?
Behave! I offer today's dialogue and contemplate. And
Slowly
with
just
my
trying to
prayers,
increase Shahi's
I shall
intellect.
also lift up those
I'm just
who
curious.
have gone astray.
To what extent I can increase all of her damages.
Ciao! My precious!
Alright. Alright, gamers, it's almost Umbral Monument time. Yay. I'm gonna go and grab some materials while we wait. And thank you for the gifts, gamer. Jeez. Anything but plunging attacks is basically useless. Or at least it takes like 5 billion years. Okay, we go this direction. There's a way, by the way, if you set your zipline like I have it, it will get stuck. It will get you stuck if you jump off in the wrong way.
Hey.
So just keep that in mind. Possibly. Oh yeah, let's go. Straight through the ground. Alrighty. On to the next bit. The idea of... I just can't get it out of my head. The idea of Zaihi just sitting somewhere talking to a toaster, because it's not like she's just brought it to her office to talk to it or something. But other people have clearly seen her doing it. So this means that she is publicly speaking with toasters, which indicates either a lack of care or a lack of awareness. An extreme lack of awareness. Wait, I thought it was a joke. It's canon. There's rumors you hear on Dijon about her talking to toasters. I heard the voice line today. I have never heard that before. But there's just a lady who's like, oh yeah, guess what? Zaihi's talking to toasters again. Or she talked to the toaster again. I love her even more now. Yeah, like I can only assume that she's just, I don't know. She likes toasters, I guess. I mean, who doesn't talk to their toasters? I talk to my toaster, but not like actually talking to the toaster. Or like yelling at it when it doesn't do what I want it to. Or it burns my food. I don't actually yell at the toaster. I get angry with the toaster though, and I talk to it as if I could, you know, actually threaten it into cooking my food right. That's one thing about some toasters, by the way, because some toasters don't do this, but some do. Because toasters cook based on time, sometimes the way that they build up heat can change depending on if they're like dirty or something. So you can run into a problem where you start either having to put things in for longer or for less time because of the toaster. Now keep in mind, this can be from dirtiness, which is not good, very not good in my opinion. I like to clean the toaster out a lot. But it can also happen from like age and stuff like that. So sometimes it's not really manageable, especially if you don't buy like a new appliance very frequently. I don't know why I just started talking about toasters. Either way.
I think the Endman's catching some rest. Long distance hauls can get
They can be
really
pretty
tiring.
interesting.
Let's keep it down and give the Endman some quiet
Honestly,
time
talking to toasters
unwind.
is better than talking to people. I love that for her. Yes. Every time I see a penguin, I just think about Enfield. I see. I talk to everything. That's fair. I mean, I talk to Pumpkin like he's a human. So like I have no, I guess this is fucking these people sabotage, by the way. This is actual sabotage.
FYI, I'm also quite the
The people who do this are like endlessly annoying. I don't know, it has to be intentional because it's really common. And thank you for the gifts, Ryan. For Renee. You know, yes, you'll correct me eventually. People are liking it, like what? People are repairing it because I guess they think it's helpful. I don't know. Maybe they're like new players, but to me that's annoying. Those things are annoying because if I'm just trying to, it's not my connection. She is stuck. The game knows that she is stuck. I wish there's an option to turn off people building stuff in my world. I to understand such a thing. Where's the unstuck? I forget where the unstuck is. There you go. Switch characters didn't work. Okay, I guess this is technically the last time that I did thing. Huh? Oh. Is it working now? It is working now. Cool. Alright. Umbral Monument time, Searing Scars. Warning, from what I can tell... I can't guarantee that nothing from other difficulties will be here. I can't guarantee... Or, sorry, other, like... They might have 1.1 enemies in this, is what I'm trying to say. So, keep that in mind.
Endman.
If you haven't played yet. I'm going in. I'm expecting me to completely annihilate the level 60 version of all three of these. Time for a religious fight. Well, I'm aware of that. I'm just gonna beat everything up. I know it's just fights, but they might have enemies from 1.1 like these ones. What the? Oh, she's like it's invisible. Oh, cool. I'm not actually. Either I've not fought one of these properly, or I've destroyed them before they were able to do anything. That's cool. I like this enemy a lot. That should have been a boss somewhere. It's just the last boss I want to spoiled about. Yeah, I know that. It's just I saw a piece of art that looked like that. The agony mode of the first one is really annoying. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna go through the normal version of all three first, and then I'll do the agony mode of all three. This is cool.
Gathering data.
Oh, you're looking at bomb. Oh, is that it? Okay. I guess it's just avoiding the hazards. Cool. Julia.
I shall pray for you.
Okay, this place is super sick. Oh, wow. That was a little bit difficult to determine. Yeah, the setting is really nice in this area. So, even though the enemies don't do a ton of damage, I still want to try and figure out dodging the attacks. Because I'm gonna have to fight this guy in a way higher difficulty. So. Yes, it dropped finally. Okay, so that's basic Searing Scars, so now for Agony mode. I think this one's tailored for Hydro. You mean Cryo? Hydro doesn't exist. Tangtang is a unit that uses water, but she's Cryo. Oh. Okay, so I can trim these. Additional enemies appear. No tacticals, obviously. And then the enemies have the same resistance against every element. Keep that in mind. So the element really doesn't matter.
Hey, Dark Mask! Where are you off to? Don't leave without me!
Oh, wait. Let me... Let's see how this works.
I stand here awake. A frigid output.
Now there's an actual reason for the Oh, it's good. Right. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, right. I wanted to try something, but it didn't work.
Sanitize the corruption! Feel the chill! Let us dance! Might of the wind!
You can jump this stage? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out... These enemies are interesting because I don't know a lot about their moves. Is there newer enemies? Do I just have to hit it? I do just have to hit it. Oh, she's dead. Okay. That's why that showed me that. Makes sense.
Finish with the fight!
There's not a timer on this. It's literally just trying to do this cleanly as possible.
Logic yields to none. Passion supercharged. Power ready to blast. Go, Rusty.
So, not particularly difficult, but it took long. Like it's a drawn-out fight.
I shall pray for you, and
Now we're on the next one. Which, I will say, for these Umbral monuments, the area you're fighting is super cool.
a frigid output.
So is more AoE.
yield
Try and
to
get rid
none.
of
Don't get hurt.
A frigid output. Sanitize the corruption.
Let us dance. They show lethal intent. They show lethal intent.
Gathering data.
The range of the fires. Rough. Oh, is it when he hits these that they do that?
Don't get hurt. Simmer down.
Seems like they're also triggered by proximity, but it seems like if he hits them, they get triggered too.
One more shot.
Cool. All right. And then I assume is the last level the hard one, or at least from what people said, because people were mentioning this was going to be hard. Oh yeah, I saw Snowshine before. Snowshine can 100% parry and stop the fire guy. That's funny.
Data sync complete. I'm ready to go at any time.
Nah. Oh, it's this one. Well, we'll see whether this one's difficult or not, I guess. I mean, this guy was kind of like rough on the first like because of those fireworks. I imagine he hits a lot harder in this one. Ah, he lost the he replaced his stuff with heat. Gotcha. That's smart. Ow. Did get inflicted with heat. Oh, it's because he keeps inflicting himself with it. Okay, that's kind of funny. Tangtang is weirdly really good in this zone.
List subject violation. A frigid output.
Though the issue is, applying infliction other than heat seems really rough on this guy. That's so annoying, but alright. I'll deal. Let's hope I can use the skill point before he can do anything. Never mind, I can't, unfortunately. Yeah, so him constantly applying heat to himself is making it impossible for me to generate anything for one.
A frigid output.
Very rough. Alright. And I also have a pretty strict time limit on this too. So I have to kind of just play extremely aggressively.
Sanitize the corruption.
I can't fucking generate any ult is the problem too. I don't know if it's intentional, for this one to like mess up Yvonne so much, but it really does. Yep, lovely. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. And I win. That one was rough. I mean, I technically did them all first attempt, but that last one, that was quite something. Yes, GG's. Yeah. Also, someone mentioned you can't solo these. The first one, maybe? Now do it on melee mode? What's melee mode? I mean, there's a trade-off to melee characters in the sense that they have typically more AoE and more what do you call it? At least for the case of like, if I want to do melee mode, I would play Lavatane, and she would do great on that mode because that guy keeps applying heat to himself. So she'd just combust him over and over again. So it would be easier on Lavatane, this final one, for sure. Because she would keep applying heat infliction, yes, but she'd also consistently would mess him up. Only healers can solo the third one on Agni mode. That's possible, yeah. Or at least something with self-heal. But I'm talking about, you know, just in general. I'm not talking about soloing it for that. But I think these three are soloable. This is the only one that I don't know if this can be soloed, because it depends on if they will take the solo operator and stun you or not. Because if so, then yeah, there's nothing you can do. But if they don't do that, then you're fine. Yeah, alright. So I got everything. Ember, maybe? I have no idea. Yeah, alright. Well, that took about 20 minutes. And I got quite a bit of things, I would say. I got some more of these advanced progression crates. I got like a bunch of random upgrade stuff.
I offer
oh yeah, speaking of which.
Dialogue and content. And with my prayers, I shall also lift up those who...
Ciao! Wanna head out for a walk? Behave!
I offer today's dialogue and contemplation.
Jay's almost
to
at
your
500.
terminal in reverence.
No, pure dodge. That'd be really funny. I wish you luck. I would never say, by the way, it's not possible to do it. Someone will eventually find a way to do that because it's a permanent event. Even if the combustion, I mean, technically, the combustion can be fully dodged. You just have to run away from it. You cannot dodge the combustion infliction when he goes enraged. You can, from what I could understand. There were times I accidentally dodged it then, but it's not by actually dodging it, it's by running completely out of the range. If you just do a perfect dodge, like a perfect time dodge, that won't dodge it. You have to literally just be out of the fucking way. So, I don't know to what extent he locks on or whatever, but assuming that you can get out of the way, I imagine you'd be able to dodge it. You just wouldn't get the same benefits you would from a normal perfect dodge. Which would make the fight take 5 billion years. But have fun. You could eventually do it technically. I tried to pull in Tangtang's banner. I think it says 20 pulls until a 6-star. I will wait for Rossi. Just remember, that's only for a 50-50. And it will continue being for a 50-50 unless you do the 120 full pulls for a guarantee on a character. Till then, it's oops all inflictions. Or sorry, oops all, what's it called? Heavy, did you hear what I said? You said you perfectly dodged the hit and still got combusted. I'm not saying perfect dodge. I said a perfect dodge will still get you combusted, but if you run completely out of the range of the explosion, you won't get hit at all. So it is possible to dodge it, just not by dodging it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I heard you. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because that does mean it technically could be done on any character. It just will take you 5 years. Assuming there's no time limit, you should be fine. So I can just carry this pity for Rossi, but it's only pity for a non-guarantee. Yes. The guaranteed pity ends with each character. So I recommend, if you really, really want a character, save up 120 pulls and then pull for them. Don't bet on anything else. Do not gamble on anything else. But yes, gamers, I did push it a little bit. Not too much, though. I thought it might take a bit longer, if I'm being completely honest. I only skipped Yvonne so far. I hope I don't lose Rossi, because I want her the most. That is fair. Oh yes, gamers. So, I've got 82 medals total. Let me see. Searing Scars is here. And we can... Now I've got all 3 Umbral monuments right here. Oh, work is so boring without my streamer, bruh. Do not worry, I've got plenty of VODs for you to watch and videos. But yes, alrighty gamers. Here is the final little look at our medal. It's the 3 Umbral Monument medals, the 4 medals for the bosses, and then a bunch of collection-based medals. I hope we eventually get a medal for files, because that would be really cool if you got like one for like 300 files collected or something. But alright gamers, I will see you all. This has been Styx. I'm going to, let me look at some... Yes, big GGs. I want you all to remember, this is not endgame. As well. Let me... I'm trying to make sure this works right. It may not work at all, though. That is possible. It might just not work. Have a great day. You as well. Are you guys all free to play? I'm free to play, and I've only saved 100k currency for pulls by not pulling with it. I'm free to play. You have not played enough of the game, is my only assumption. If you've not pulled at all with it, 100k currency is, that's like 200 pulls, I think. Wait, let me think. No. Wait. Yeah, I think it is. Or no, maybe it's more. Is my brain stupid? Yeah, that's enough for 20 temples. That's 200 pulls. That's a fair amount. Yeah. I mean, you could probably get a bit more than that. It is 200? Yeah, okay. You could, there's the expiring pulls, obviously, that people factor in, and when you spread out the characters you're pulling on, that matters more, the expiring pulls. There's also the rebate pulls, don't forget about that. Yes, you have 200 pulls, it will probably turn into more like 210, 220, because you can turn the bond currency that you get into more pulls. On top of that, something that's important to understand, you get more expiring pulls by spending your AIC quota on it. So people who pull get more pulls because of that. But alright, gamers. I am probably not going to raid out because I don't know anyone who is currently doing stuff. I can't be sure what anyone's doing. So instead, I'm gonna just say peace. So peace out, gamers. Everyone have a great day. Dab on the haters. Bye, chat. Thank you for streaming. You're very welcome, and bye, chat.